Welcome! Today we're going to be starting a brand new picture. I'm going to be using Paul Desmarais oil sticks. I have them all cut. I use a razor to do that and ready to go. I have brushes and painting knives ready. I'm using a solvent, the Gamsol, and I'm ready to go. Let's get started. So the painting that I'm going to be doing today is one that is actually got a lot of purple in it, orange, and a little bit of green. So that means that we're doing a painting that has sort of like the complementary colors as the main colors. So that's kind of fun. It has a very Montana look to it. And there are little antelopes kind of towards the bottom, and it's a fall day, and it's right at the golden hour. So what I like to do is start out, figure out where to start. And there's a couple ways to do that, and one of the ways is to start with a particular color or start with a particular location on the piece. So I am going to start out with the location on the piece. And so a lot of times I really like to go to the farthest back point, and I have my drawing is all on here. And so where the mountains meet the sky is the farthest back. The sky is actually quite a bit farther back than the mountains. But I want to get just the top of the mountains on the sky side. And typically where the land meets the sky, let me pick a color here. Where the land meets the sky is usually has sort of a little aura on it. It's slightly different color maybe even, but I'm going to just kind of outline this on the sky side if I can see it well enough. And that helps me. The aura out on the sky, between the sky and the mountains, is a funny thing because it's almost always there, whether you're looking at it, and you can look at the sky and you can look for it, but it's just a slightly, typically brighter, can be a little different color than the sky just beyond it, but it's sort of like a little outline, and I'm not really sure why it happens, but I can see it when I look at the sky directly. I can also see it on photographs. So when you put it in there, it looks great. Now if you had this is like in the evening facing east, but if it was like a sunrise, you would probably even get different color variations. So you have to really look for it, and you have to look at what color is there. And I'm going to go ahead, sort of just use the side of the stick and kind of build it up. Now I might change my strategy here. So a couple of things to think about when you're starting out is, one of those things is I like to kind of think about the light and the darks. What I'm trying to do here is put on enough paint without putting on too much paint, and because I'm going to try to mix the paints on the actual canvas. So one of the tricks you can do is just to kind of come in wherever it's going to be a little lighter and use a white and kind of outline that. So there's this lighter part. There's a bank here of clouds. It comes in a little bit lighter. Now I used a pastel to make my drawing, and so it mixes in with this white a little bit. So I'm blocking some of this in so that I can keep my design. As soon as you put anything on the design, you lose it. So I want to kind of formalize my design a little bit, and up here a little bit. I'm going to be putting a color over the top of the white, and I pick the white to put on first primarily because I want, I don't want to, okay, I can always put the white over the top, and I can do that at the end also, but a lot of times when you put white over something, it kind of has a chalkier look. So I'm going to just kind of set myself up a little bit for all the light areas that I can see. And then there's some right in here. And it kind of is lighter in here. I'm going to take some light greenish colors and all that for the sky, but that'll go over the top. Okay, and this kind of, let's see, this is darker, and then there's a light part here, and sometimes it gets a little confusing. In fact, I've found that sometimes you have to kind of play around with your drawing. If it's too detailed, it might get confusing, and if there isn't enough detail, it's also confusing. So if you can look for blocks of values, that might help, which is kind of what I'm trying to do here. And I'm putting colors on one at a time, so it's almost like you have to seek out where do you find that color, or where do you find that value, in the case of putting down a white. Because white is kind of almost never used by itself. Okay, that's a general comment, but I think it's mostly true. Okay, so I have, oh boy, a little bit of white on a mountain up here, so I'm going to mark it so I can try to keep track of those mountains. There's a little bit here. Now I'm going to hit the up above the next row of mountains with just a little bit of this white to keep that part of the design. And let's see, the other place where I really see white is down in these antelopes down here, so I'm going to just try to mark them. I'm just trying to reserve a space for them, in a sense, because they're really tiny, and so finishing them out will involve a painting knife. But if you can try to mark out the bellies, then at least you have something there, and if you put another color over it, you'll still see some of what you put down. Now I'll go to the next color, and maybe what I'll do is kind of come in with the sky up here, and this sort of a greenish Sladen, cool Sladen, I think it is, sort of a turquoise green, and this one's got a little bit of a cool color. It's a little more to the blue instead of yellow, but it's definitely green. So I'm going to mark off my green spots up here, and I'm going to hit the greens here. And then that really will start to, keep the sky in mind. Okay, so I got a little goob there. And if I use my knife, I can get that off easier. Okay, and then I have one that's actually a little more yellowish. It's the same basic color. It's just called Sladen. It's not as cool. And it has a little more green to it. And as you go from top of sky down to bottom, it gets a little bit more warm. The colors of the blue typically get a little more warm. And so I'm going to add this greenish part. It's a little bit more green, and I'm going to add other colors to it too. And put that away. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to look for those colors that, like everything from, just pick the color and then put it on the whole thing if I see it out there. And if I don't see it, then I quit, because I don't need to have everything everywhere. Now I want to have kind of I'll start up here with this kind of, it's sort of well, I think it's called Purple Haze, the name of this color, but it's got a little bit of a darker value to it. It's a little bit soft, so I have to be careful I don't press too hard. And one of my very important principles that I use to create these paintings is that the colors, every place that has a color has more than one color, because I believe that's just a general principle to making things look a little more realistic. Color is in the light, and light is bouncing around. So when it bounces around like that, it's bound to be more than one color that you see. Now, it might be all blended in your eyesight and your mind, but when you're trying to recreate it, you definitely want to put something that's got all those colors. Now, I'm going to put, there's a bank of clouds right here, and then there's a bank of clouds right here. And I'm going to kind of differentiate, and then there's sort of these staccato kind of a bank of clouds up here. So it's a little more blue as the clouds go back, but I'm going to take the same color and just kind of lay a base. Okay, now this one comes through and under here and across. And then there's some dark spots here. So some of this lighter blue is affected by this darker purple. And let's see, then I have mountains here, so I want to be kind of careful where I'm bringing this sky. Now the mountains, I might take a slightly darker color of purple, or I could just go crazy and go with the dark purple. Let's see what happens. And I want to kind of mark off those mountains. Okay, typically, not always, but typically, sky is lighter than land. And there are exceptions to just about every rule, especially in things you see, but if you think about that principle, then you realize that all of these mountains have to be a little darker than the sky. Then they will look like they are in front of the sky, which is what you want. Now, if what you're looking at actually doesn't follow that principle, then you can ignore that principle. Okay, so these mountains over here have some more yellow to them. So I think that the mountains lighten up as they come towards you, so I'm just going to be very judicious about where I put this really dark purple. There will be other colors over top of it, but this set right here is actually pretty dark. So as I add almost any color, if I take my darkest colors and put them down first, any color I add to it will lighten that up, of course. So it may seem a little too dark at first, but it'll get adjusted as you go. You sort of have to suspend your disbelief to make it work. And I have some that come back down this way. And I'm not filling up the entire tooth with the paint. You can see there's a little dot patterned. And so I am anticipating that I'm going to be adding more paint to the canvas, so it'll fill itself up. If it gets too filled up, then the paint doesn't accept new colors very well. It'll just sort of slide across itself. Now there's some darker down in here, and it's creating a bunch of these. Okay, so if I pay close attention, maybe I start in one spot that I can see really well. It's sort of like building a puzzle. And this comes up here and across and then up here. And then there's one up here. And then this comes zigzagging. And if you're careful where you put these dark colors, you are going to have a whole lot easier time of it. I used to be kind of, I don't know, slap happy, and there you go. Then what happens is you put down the color and it goes in the wrong spot, and then you spend all this time with mistakes, fixing mistakes. It's probably one of the biggest wastes of time is going at the wrong pace and then making things that you have to fix later. So, yeah, it isn't to say that you're going to be perfect at it necessarily. I'm certainly not, but I try. I at least try. Okay. Now, I'll put some over here. I'm going to stick a little bit at the very bottom of these clouds just to add the continuity of this color, because there's a little more blue in it, and even though it's going to be a little bit lighter, it's still fairly dark clouds. It's going to keep those clouds sort of, well, you know, as I say, color kind of bounces off of each other, and so it'd be very unusual to have just a color with no other place for your eye to find it. So every time you pick up a color, if you're always looking for the composition of that color, you can find some up here. And just general principle is to go ahead and stick some of that color so that it has a full range on the canvas. Kind of like a skater, they get more points if they use the whole arena. That's what you're looking for. So now I have these these trees down here, and they have a very dark shadow at the bottom. So I'm going to go ahead and make my dark out of this one so it goes with. And try to leave my shadows in a good spot here. So, and there's a little up here. And the better you do on the front end of this in the first steps, the better you go, because once you get done with that color, at least on the first go around, I put them to the side because I don't want to keep having to bring them up. Now, there are ways of painting, and one of the ways is to just paint one part of the painting at a time and then put the painting together. Like if I only want to do the sky first, I could do that. But I have this color in my hand, and I know it goes all sorts of places. So why not just go by color instead of by section? And that's what I try to do. So I'm going to stick a little down into this, and it'll turn into the grass. And these little antelopes are kind of standing in a line. Now, one of the things that's hard, because I've got this is slightly tilted so that the camera sees it clearly, is I have I want to make sure that I kind of have it so that I can make this be the line. There's got to be a line almost all the time. Yeah. See, I'm a little short on that side. If I don't make a line somewhere, because it's kind of distorted, if I don't make a line somewhere here, then somewhere in this picture, then when I put a frame on it, which almost always happens, then it looks crooked on the wall. We don't need that kind of trouble. Okay, so let's try it one more time. Okay, so there's a little variation there. I'll add a little bit over to this side. Okay, and then there's a little bit going on up here, which is, you know, kind of detail oriented, but I'm going to put it in anyway, just to mark it. And it kind of comes down here. And I typically will put these colors sort of in order of how I put them on, in case I have to come back and try to remember what I did, which doesn't last very long, because if you have to come back for a second session, you might not keep them in the same order, but until you get used to the colors. Now I'm going to come back up here with this very first color. It's sort of like opposite of what I just said, but now that it has the white on it, I can put that color in and build up this kind of middle tone into what I've already got, and that blends in. I'm not covering every single thing right now, mostly because I'm going to come in and do that later. But I want to get all of my colors in first, because sometimes it does the blending for you if you're really putting it on nice and in the right spot and careful at it, but you know, not boring. You don't want boring, but you don't want to have to redo stuff. That is a big pet peeve of mine, as you could tell. So I'm going to come into this staccato place here, and then I'm going to come across here. Now I can, let's see, I have a little bit darker one. I can go up into this part here, and they should play it as approximately the same color, only in reality this one is a little darker, so it'll come forward more, because this bank of clouds up here is towards me instead of quite so far back. And I'm going to just hit this a little bit in here, just little touches in here, and that'll keep my continuity. And a little bit on here. Okay, and maybe up in here I need some. Now the question becomes, how do you take that and go to the next thing? And so I'm going back to my lighter one, and I'm going to hit these in the back. And I'm just making my strokes go in the direction of the mountains a little bit. And I don't need to, be too bold with it, because otherwise I'll lose my line. And then there's a little bit up in here. Okay. Now, where else is it? Right now I see some places, but I'm going to put these two blues to the side because I want to put in more of an underpainting through the bottom, because one of the things you can do with blue is you can put it over the other colors where it's farther back. So that, if you put in the other colors first, then that is really slick. Okay, so I'm going to take kind of a reddish purple, kind of darker, but reddish purple. My glasses off here. And I'm going to hit this back here. The farthest back mountain is not the darkest one. It's the second farthest back one that is sort of the darkest one. And it's a funny deal because you got purple, and then this one is going to be orange, I guess. Or kind of, it comes off as orange. But when you get done with this whole thing, you're going to have the orange color is going to come up through and on top of all of this other color. And let me think here for a second. I'm going to take I'm going to take this, maybe this one. So, I'm going to take this darker green here. So some of this in here is sort of a greenish color. So I'm going to lay that in first, and I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to stick it here. And what happens is that when you come from back to front, you're going to end up with colors that shift. So things that are farthest back are bluer, and then redder, and then as you come to the bottom, more yellow. Now, that isn't exactly true. What is more true is that all the colors are pretty strong in the foreground, but yellow dissipates first into the distance. So as you go, it changes. It dulls down, and it changes. The red goes farther out until it dulls down, and then what's left is the blue. So that's two different ways of saying the same thing. I'm going to stick a little bit up in here. So this green in here could be, I don't know, it could be anything. It could be foliage in there. There's a little bit of that. And there's some openings. Some of it is just plain a whole bunch of trees. Now this orange is going to be affected by this green. And then you come down here. So it isn't that you can't tell that there's yellow fields or something. This one isn't a good example of that, but it isn't that you can't tell that there isn't yellow in there. It's just more a question of it has a tint to it that makes it look farther back. So the yellow goes kind of like if you add a little maroon to it, and then if you add a little more blue to it. And what's in between maroon and blue is the purple, see? And let's see here. Now I have trees up in here, so you gotta remember to leave space for that. And then I come into these trees here with some green. So it's a nice fall, and it's got all the colors. So purple is going to get neutralized a little bit when it goes into, this green goes into it. So it doesn't look so high chroma. You want it to look kind of dull. And the reality is almost every single solitary thing you see has all the colors in it. When I say all the colors, I'm really talking about primaries. Primaries make up all of the other colors. So that's a general statement. When you're buying paint, you might not think of it that way, but just in terms of how you're building your painting, that is kind of how I think when I start putting it all together. And I'm going to stick some down in here, because why not? And so what I like to do in the corners is I like to make a vignette. So it's either darker in the corners or lighter in the corners. And the reason for that is in these scenes that I always do, kind of where I live, there's a lot of like horizontal land. So in order to keep you from going out of the painting, I just do a little bit of a vignette. And a little more green up in here. Okay, so one of the things to add the continuity you could do is you can add just the tiniest bit of this green across the sky. Tiny bit. A little bit will go a long, long way. So, but it knocks down some of the chroma. And it kind of reflects back. So this up in here in particular, this guy here. And it'll blend together. You may not recognize it as a specific color when you get done, but it's in there, and that keeps the eye rolling around. The eye is going to pick it up. Your brain might not pick it up, because we're kind of taught not to see stuff anymore once we get into grade school, and they start putting words on the colors. Then there's your trouble. Okay, so now I have a let's see here. I have sort of a bluish green. This is a cool one, and I can come in and, kind of add that to this greenish part. And that may be not quite. I'm just going to go ahead and keep putting it in here. And what this does is it's going to set these particular mountains ahead of these mountains. So makes for a really pretty color, that's for sure. And in these shadows here, they look very dark compared to the rest of that hillside, but the hillside's going to come in and I just changed exactly what I said. I'm putting it in here and there. Let's see if I can get it to come off a little smoother. I'm back here. Let me see. I'm not getting that. Okay, sometimes the skin is a little bit sticky. So I'm going to stick some of this turquoise up in here. That is cool. And I'll tell you something, turquoise and purple really bounce off of each other quite a little bit. So that's neat. And that gets me my green in here too. So these guys back here could use a little something. And back here. Okay, and then in here. So everything I said at first is not what I did. And that isn't uncommon, because once you start putting the paint down, you start to see things different. So let me get this guy and this guy, and then it comes back up, and then it comes this way. Now I have a nice green spot here that's really going to work very well as a kind of a main color. This is off of a part of somebody's field, and it kind of comes down into here, and I might need to grab that later, because when I get my trees in, then it will make it may make sense to put some more in. All right, and then I'm gonna look for it other places in between here and here, maybe, just because there's almost always more than one field, and I can see a little bit here, and just add a little in here. Alrighty, and let's see, the next thing is maybe I take kind of a dull peachy color. So up in here, start up in here, and this is a I think this is a sandstone. So I prepared these last night, and now some of them need prepared a little bit more. So this is a nice little, it looks pink against all this other, and that's exactly how it looks there. And what's really neat about it is that it kind of softens the look a little bit. There's some up in here, and probably even just goes across. Now, if you're going to put a regular frame on this, you're going to lose about 1/4 of an inch. So remember that when you're painting, so you have enough of that part of the design to get beneath the 1/4 of an inch, and then the shadow that might show up there. Because when you put it on the wall, sometimes the frame itself will add to the shadow. I'm going to add a little bit of this dusty color into this sky, because that's kind of what happens at certain times of the day. We don't think about that when we're taught about, you know, clouds and all that, but in grade school or whatever school you learned it in. But once you start to observe it, it makes more sense certain times of day. So, you know, every color. So I've got purple, green, blue, and now this one comes across as sort of a dusty color. I think it's I think it's sandstone, and I'm just going to put a little bit into this cloud so that it seems real friendly, and some in here, and comes down here, and a little bit in here. Okay, so I always have to remember over the far side because I'm standing at an angle. So now let's try and see what happens if we put this in this middle ground. It might be too light. Well, I'm just going to hit the highlights then. It is a little too light, but I'll hit the highlights so that I can keep my design there. And a little bit up here. And a little bit in here. Now, just like I put in the dark shadows, I kind of want to put in the brighter, and probably will be adjusting it. So, you know, if you're not sure which one goes first, you can always adjust it. But these little bright guys are in front, and there's a nice little ridge right here. That's in front, and there's something going on there, and then this one. And so if you've ever walked up some of these kind of mountains, you know, the very those are the spots that have a lot of traffic because they're kind of at the top. So, you know, to get all the way to the very top of the top mountain is hard work, but if you go to the top of the middle mountain, still hard work. So, all right. And some here, and a little one over here, and some over here. And then it hits where that shadow is, and up here. So if you like to draw, oil sticks might be your thing. If you don't like to draw, then you can do a lot of this stuff with a brush, and you might, you know, going over the same thing again and again might be a little tedious with the brush. I don't know. You know, I never really had as much luck with a brush as I did with this, and I think part of it is I really like to draw, and I also was doing a lot of pastel for a while, and this really helped me the transition to oil paint from a pastel. Now, let's see here. And I can go a little bit over this green just to dull it down a little bit and give it some distance, give it some space. And then even in here, it's going to be lighter because as you go to the distance, most of the time it goes lighter. Again, that all just depends. Now set a little base for under these shadows and a little base between these antelopes, and kind of above them, and now underneath. So I can even just make a more of a grass stroke to fill that in. Now if I come over here, I want to make sure I keep whatever color that's going to be, dark, light, medium, whatever, for that vignette, I want to keep that. So I can even just pull some of it in on the sides of here, and that will automatically pull it together for you a little bit. Okay, so now I have this pinkish color, and I'm going to stick it up in here. And this is going to be a good color for the ground, because it's so then I can easily get by with it in the clouds too. Now sometimes these accenty colors can go on the edges, and you can get by with it. It still keeps the darker color, but it gives it just a little pizzazz. Okay, and then under here. Now what's interesting is this little red plays off of this green we put in. And up here. Now there's a little bit of red up in this back mountains, just a little bit. And then this guy has some. So you see I've got the same exact kind of, well, in one term you could use is a grayish red, but it's sort of a dull red, and that's one way to describe it. And then you're coming down, I'm going to wipe that dark stuff off because I want to come up in here and see what I can get with this pinkish color. So as I'm coming forward with these pinker hills, I'm going to be making sure that that goes to a reddish color, and then eventually add more yellow to it, and it gets more orangey or yellowy as you get down to here. So that way you have you're adding in your depth as you go by doing that. And up here, around here, I try to keep my design if I can You know, sometimes it's, you tell yourself it's forgiving because nobody knows what you're painting. And that's kind of true. But okay, so then I come up here and I'm going to add this pink in up to the edges. Now this is going to go kind of orange on me, so I don't need to have a whole lot, but some of it is kind of still red, like way over here it's still redder. And there's some in here just to define some of those little areas where you could see that there might be an opening in the land from where the trees are. So this is actually becoming my of the lit part of these mountains. The red is becoming the darker part. So it's kind of butts up to these shadows a little bit a lot of times. And then it also goes underneath the highlights. And then you're going to add in your oranges from there. And let's see, kind of come up here. Be careful now. This guy here is big, and this is big. And then it comes up around this little area here. And it's bright, so it kind of looks big in a sense, but it's really, size-wise, it's not as big. So when it can be, it can fool you. That's for sure. So then I'm coming in here. I'm going to cut this one here, and then across and down the front. So now that added a lot of life to the piece, I think. And I'm still kind of trying to cut it into where these orange trees are going to be a little. Now it's nice and pink over here. I have numerous colors of pink in my palette, in my group of paints, so I can just put that in, and I can come in with some others later if I need to dull it down a little. And it comes across here. Okay, and then I am going to go wild here and put a little bit in this grass. This grass, just to add that continuity, it's going to have, like the whiter grasses will really pick up that pink. And the other grasses will go, it'll go orange, but if you do like just orange and just pick up one orange and try to do the grass, it'll look like flat. So by putting in this pink and making it go that way, it'll help me. Now these other trees will have like a maroon in there probably instead of that brighter pink. Now let's see here. This might seem weird, but this is a very bright orange. Let me see what happens. Okay, so I can use a little bit of this, but fairly judiciously. And what it's going to do is it's going to make these mountains, or these parts of the mountains, look bright, but you know, in my picture here, it looks a little bit yellower, more yellower. Yeah, more like yellow in there. But just to add a little highlights here and there isn't going to hurt anything. And it sort of brightens it all up. Now, this part down here is bright. This part here is dull. Now, this is where you differentiate. It's between those two groups of hills. And so there's some in here, goes all the way across. Some comes down in here. It's not a fluorescent, but when it's next to some of these colors, it looks really bright. So, that's cool. I'll put a little in here. Okay, and then I can maybe hit a little bit of this in front. It doesn't even have to go all the way across, right? It can just be here and there and make kind of a bright bowl. It should go far enough so it doesn't look like you forgot something, but making a little bowl helps your Isn't that funny? You can't remember what you say. It helps the sides stay a little bit darker. Okay, so now let's see what happens if we take like a peach color and we come back in with this peach color. And that color almost looks dull. How about instead we go to this Naples or yellow and just put in the yellow instead. I think that has a little more life to it. And I think that is exactly true. So I'm really just hitting the tops of these mountains again. Now I'm going to run into some issues here with the blues because there is some real yellow in there. So I can push some of the blue away because it's a stick, and you can do that. Let's see, let's follow the design, Carol, follow the design. And then it comes around up there, and then up here. So if you push real hard, it'll put in a little more of this and get those really bright spots. You can put it on and let it kind of melt in there, and then push it hard, just where you want it to be really bright. And that way you get like 2 for 1 on that. You get a nice color, and then you get your highlights too by pushing hard. Now I don't think you can do that with a brush, but you might be able to get some action like that with a knife, where you can actually put a lot of paint on. And that guy comes down and down around. And it's funny, it doesn't have that same bright back here. And part of that may be hitting this cloud, and that's making a shadow on those. So, sometimes it's complicated, and I just don't worry too much about it. Okay, and then let's just put a little at the top of this pink here. And then I can kind of add some, see if I can clean that up. Then I'm going to add, let's just add a little brighter here. Because you want it, what you're trying to do with every color is just kind of put the eye, make the eye go in a direction or land on an object. One of the two of those things. You don't want it to go out necessarily, but you want to lead the eye. And some of it can go way to the end. Alright, now I have some bright yellow in here in the foreground. And some of it comes up to my friends here. There's, in this particular field, there's like some different kinds of weeds, and some of it's, actual crops, and who knows. But it gets to the end of the year and everything has gone a little dormant. Okay, now, what about the sky? It looks kind of yellow at the bottom. Let's see if I can clean that off. Now, if you really fancy, you could take a different yellow and put it in there and it would count. But I'm not that fancy, so I'm just going to go ahead. I'm just going to add a little bit to these clouds, which we probably walked into and thought, oh, look at those white clouds. There were never any white in them, and there almost never is. So just remember that if you're looking at the color as the color and not as a color of a thing, because they teach you, the clouds are white. No, clouds are not white. Or eyeballs. We're just talking, my husband and I were just talking about how eyeballs really don't have white almost anywhere in them, but we're taught that they're white, so then we behave accordingly. And then we are so disappointed because it looks a little bit cartoony. I'll just stick a little bit up in here, just to make sure it feels like all these mountains are coming from the same place. And there's some in here. Let's make sure. So when you step back, this is why artists step back. If you're applying paint or you're putting in a lot of detail in a certain area, then you need to have a broader look to make sure that you didn't miss something, because it's just really easy to get overly involved. Okay. Now the next thing is to, let's see, I am going to, how about this? Okay, so this is sort of a green down here that's a little bit duller. Maybe a different green would be better in here, but I'm just going to stick this in and kind of start bringing these trees to life. Bring that up. And so what I'm looking at is anything in those trees where that it comes from the shadow to the bright spot. So you're starting with the shadowy areas and darker, duller areas and such. I'll put some in here. And then get to the bright at the very end. So it's kind of like, oh, I don't know, you put on makeup that way. You make a cake that way, where you're going duller. Okay, so this is my vignette. This is the word I forgot the other minute. So I'm building that, and then I'm making a little spot for this oranges to come into. Okay, and then let's see here. All right, I'm going to take some of this dark, see if I can get it here. I have a couple of reddish browns. Okay, so I'm going to come in here and I'm going to add some in under the green, but sort of at the edge of this purple. And what's really neat is when you take a purple and you're adding in, or a green. Okay, so complements. Let's talk complements. So if you've got greens and you want to dull it down, you go to red, right? If you got purple, you're going to yellow. And if you've got blue, you go to orange. And so adding in this red will work. Now what's really cool about that is if you put those colors in, it makes everything look a little more three-dimensional. You lose three-dimensionality if you don't have enough colors, or if you're not playing some of those colors off them. So let's say trees, you know, you see trees all the time, a grove of trees. The shadow is actually going to be enhanced by having a little bit of red in there. A lot of times, not every time. You know, always look at what you're doing and compare it to what you think is going to happen. So I'm going to add this up here and get those trees nice and high. And it'll be, you know, it's easy to, this is the point at which you lose the size of things a lot of times. So you want to always check for that. And all right, now I'm going to add in a little bit here along with these fellows, and these are probably not fellows, they're probably females. All right, now one of the things I'm looking at right now that I need to kind of adjust a little bit, you know, if you see it, you can go ahead and change that, but is this dark blues. So I'm going back to my sky blues. Needs a little fix here. And lightly so you don't completely ruin your design. And even if you just put little daubs for now, it'll come off as lighter. To lighten those up, to push them back into the background. And this guy is going to need a little bit. And, you know, it's easy to kind of go, oh, I don't want to ruin it. Well, just daub it then, and then you're going to be adjusting everything coming up here. But see how nice that is? It pushes it all the way back. And then that way it gives the continuity to the sky and the land and to the sections of the land. So down in here, and then these little shadows were really bothering me because they're just too dark. And so I'm going to just lighten them up with a blue, not a white, definitely not a white. And then that gives those some distance, right? So I'm hitting these shadows first. Try to see if I can get some back in here. And up in here too. These kind of pinker ones still are behind the brighter ones, you know, with the yellow. So this blue is what pushes it back. And I might lose some of my details, but I can either put them in or I can just use my artistic license to not care. Either way, doesn't matter. So these even have a little bit of blue in them. It doesn't seem like it does, but when you add the blue to it, it looks like it fits. So, you know, you just have to retrain your brain to say, okay, well, this thing is going to go backwards. And by the way, all these yellows are trying to go forward. So we might adjust them some more. Now, going back up here, I can come back in and kind of blend some of these other colors that we added, so that not covering them up. I'm not covering it. I'm just hitting it, hit. And then that way I can bring it back to that bluish look, but still then it still has all those colors in it. So that's how you get that dappled look, is you just put them in, and then you take your main color, you take your distance colors, and you make your adjustments. And you can see it's starting to really get kind of blended all on its own. Okay, now I'm going to set you back just a little bit. Greens count kind of as yellows in a way. They want to come forward. So let's put a little bit of blue under here, because I don't want to lose the continuity of that, and just some in here. That way it'll bring me around. Okay, and now we're going to take how about let's see, let's go with maybe a brighter green. See if this one will work. Maybe I'm making a mistake on that one. So this first green we put in here was kind of yeah, that one is actually sort of transparent in a way, and it looks really dark, but it's got a little bit of a gold in it, so that's really cool. So I'm going to put in my greens with that one. It, like I say, it looks really dark in the stick, but really it's kind of it's kind of an olivey color, but it plays as more of a yellowish or greener kind of a leaf, and that sets up my oranges really nice. And it leans to the warm, it doesn't lean to the cool. And I can adjust some of these shadows here. And now, of course, I have to go under here. And see, that plays as a brighter grass, not like your lawn, but like the grasses grow in the wild. or in the fields here. And I'm just going to put some down here and there. And then I can also just hit a little bit here and there. Okay, the very next thing I am going to do is I'm going to start with my cad maroon. Now, cad maroon is one heck of a color. It's very red, and yet it's dull enough. So whenever I'm putting in trees and I'm going into the shadowy areas, I put in a combination of dark colors. That looks real shadowy, and one of them is almost always cad maroon. And it brings everything forward a little bit. So the cad maroon mixes easy with a lot of other colors, and the other colors I should say that I use in the darks, a lot of times a dark purple, a dark green, a dark blue, and cad maroon. And that gives me a nice look. Okay, so now I'm going to set up, getting messy here. So now I'm going to set up this line right here. And I'm going to try to keep it kind of in a, make sure it's not going up or down too far. And it just really sort of gets the dark color in there. And it sort of ends up being more realistic. Now, what do you do about the back? Well, what you can do is you can put a tiniest, just touch it, just as tiny as can be, and just put it in some of these shadows and up some of these hills, or on the back sides, so that you can identify, you can keep track of those hills again. And when you put this little red in here, you don't put it all the way to the back mountains, but you can put it all the way into these middle mountains. And why? Because then it looks like they're going back yellow, red, blue. So I'm just putting in a small amount. I'm not trying to I'm not pushing hard on it at all. But you see how that just went back farther? And now these guys can have some, because they kind of go middle ways back. So they're farther back than the front mountains, so you know that the red is going to push it back some from the yellow. And then it goes to blue, 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 blue. So I'm putting in, now this has got paint on it already, so it's not putting in just a solid color. But I can get some definition with this cad maroon. It's one heck of a color, I tell you. And like that. And maybe a little bit on this grass here, because that's how you dull down that green. And then it doesn't stand out like a sore thumb all the time. And a little here and a little there. I don't want my vignette to be gone. Okay, and now we're going to go and maybe go with this color here. It's an orange color, and it's not the brightest of the oranges, but it's going to set this up. And I don't need to, I just can daub it in here and there. And there's quite a little bit of it. If you follow the picture, then that's how it makes it a little easier if you have the picture. And then up you go, up the side of the tree, and then a little bit down at the bottoms, and a little up here. And then there's a bright spot in here, and then kind of around. And then a bright spot. And so, then a bright spot. And up you go, and up you go. And we have a little bit of trees back here, by the way. Why not? And so then we also can add that into the top part of our cad maroon. And then there's some down in this grass, and certainly there's some in these little guys here. I haven't done a lot of definition on any of that, so that's going to come more with the knives and maybe a little help with the brush, but mostly with the knives. And then that orange lets this cad maroon have some yellow in it. Now what about these backs here? So let's see if I can be really judicious with it. You do not want to get this to be bright, but you know, having a little of that color in there makes it match up better. And you can see it's almost graying itself down. And if you lose some of that brilliant color, like where the lights are, you're possibly going to be coming in anyway and fixing that. So that takes me there. And I don't know about this orange on that sky. I think I already put some orange in there. I don't know if I want to do that, but let's see. I have let's see, it's pinky, it's an orangey. Interesting. Okay, so here's something. You know, I was putting that orange in on those mountains, and when I look at it, this pink here, if you can get it to come off, I have to get more skin off there. This pink here, peachy color, is exactly what it needs, right? Okay, so this guy is going to go at the tops and then down into the bright parts of those hills. That is good. Okay, sometimes you look at the colors and you almost have to put them on there before you believe that that's the right thing. At least that's me, maybe not you. So it goes across and up a little bit, and what that's doing is that's kind of bridging the oranges up as you go, and get some in here and around. One of the things that's going to happen, I believe, with this picture is it's got enough colors in there that are what I call glow colors, that when the sun hits it, it's going to really glow up. And just those spots of peachy colors and such. Now this one's got a little more pink in it. I think that's where I can take that orange to the sky. If you don't go all the way up, the glow won't go all the way up. So that's just a preference call on your part. And it tends to be sort of the peachy orange to pink. Okay. And then back. Okay. Now, let's see about this. I am going to go to this really bright one now and kind of come in here. This is a little bit, it's not as reddish of a orange as it shows, but I'm just going to go ahead and put it in there and pop this with that brightness. So, and a little bit in the front here. Now this is brighter than this orange I put in the back, so that'll work. Now, you know, this is that part where it's like you're starting to break from what you're seeing, and maybe that's good and maybe that's not good. So I need to have an orange that will get me there. And I have oranges, other oranges. Let's, reddish orange maybe? That's too red. Okay, maybe this one is gonna work. Half the battle is getting enough of the right colors. So let's see about this one. It's a little more yellowy. Let's see what happens. So I have, okay. Now what's nice about this one is that it's really bright. Yeah. So it helps me define some of these yellows. Hits the tops maybe. It's not the orange I was hoping for, but it does help me with this yellowish part up in the top, so it's all good. And then I can come back in, and sometimes, you know, the colors that you're missing are not the colors that you're looking at, it's the colors next to it. So to get some of these oranges to look really orangey, you might need to put in, oh, I don't know, you could go with the complement maybe, or you're just missing a color. So in this case, I'm missing this orangey, yellowish orange color, and it sort of plays better with these greenishes in here, the greenies. Okay, so I'm gonna put this all in here and over here, and then hit it. So I'm kind of paying some attention to how I'm scribbling it on there, because that can give it some direction. And let's see, down in here, and I'm going to scribble that hard up there, and scribble that hard. And this is what happens, you get a little too much paint, and then you can scribble it away. It's really, because it's so stiff that it's just pigment going down again, so I can actually push some of this other stuff onto the side of it. So that's a pretty neat thing. You can't do that with a brush, I don't think. Maybe a stiff brush. So that's neat, and I don't see a lot of other places for that, but maybe I'll just stick some in this land just to, so, because remember, we're going to the, maybe a little bit behind here. We're going from back to front, so now we can stick a little bit down in here, and now all of this grass looks like it's coming forward. And that's cool. Still keep your vignette that way. I'm going to take this sunset orange, which compared to it's more of a reddish orange. Let's see what we get, because first of all, it's a gorgeous color. So there. Oh yeah, there you go. Now it still is the one of the brighters, so put it where you see the brighters. But that's a pretty great color anyway. So you got to remember that at some point, you know, you may be focusing on trying to get strictly realistic color, and in that case, I'm probably going to have to keep adding a few more. But at some point, you may want to just say, yeah, you know, I really like that because it's kind of artsy. So maybe some up in here and a little bit up in here. Now, this guy really represents a new thing, so I'm going to add a little bit to the darker parts of these forwards, and that way I've got it just adds that continuity, and then up you go. So I might even put in a little bit, not a lot of bit, little bit, just here and there into that one, and maybe even. Now, why? Because if you don't put that in there, then it looks like something is out of sync, you know, because color, at that time of the day, those colors are coming at an angle. So everything within its path is going to have some of that color, right? So generally speaking, that's just, maybe you don't see that, maybe you're not catching on to it. But the more you know about your subject, then the more you can address, you know, train yourself to see some of that. And that looks cool. Okay. So maybe I just go back a little bit, take a step back to my cad maroon, and just darken around those spots. And let them come out. Now you're going to be tapping some of this in anyway, but just kind of hit it so that it's got a little darkness to it. Put some up in here and put some here. Now, and I lost, see, you add stuff and then you lose what you had. So right in here, I'm going to add that in again, and then let's see, I have my little friends here, and I'm popping in a little color with that white, and this one comes here, and then I'm going to hit this grass in between them. So don't forget that one, and then yeah, and then it gets to be taller grass as you come forward, and you know, you're looking out across the field a little bit, and so it doesn't get super tall, but you can make it taller, you know, if you want to. It's all up to you. And then, where am I at here? Anywhere? So what I probably want to do then is, maybe step back, take a break, and then come back in and tap it in and brush it, and then you're done. Now, if it looks good when you finish that, then you are done. Otherwise, you're ready for the next layer if you let that dry out. So I'll be back in a few. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and tap this in, and the first thing I do is I'm going to just kind of press this tape in, make sure it's good, and then I'm going to butt up the sides of the tape to the tape so I can start just about anywhere. And okay, so I'm going to go ahead and tap this in at the top, and my goal is to, I've got tape around the edges, and I'm going to put this, just kind of butt this paint up to the edge all the way around, just to make sure that it's good there. And I typically have a little tissue in my other hand here to wipe it off. So I'm starting with similar colors. So I'm hitting the lights, and then I'm going to hit this over here, and that's maybe boring to watch, but it's a really important thing to do. And that way, when you put it, if you put it in a floater frame, then you'll be able to see the sides. So it'll butt up, it'll finish that painting on the sides a little bit. And we're going to come down around here and across and here. And every time you hit a different color, you're going to wipe or you know, like value in particular, you're going to wipe that off your finger so you don't drag all the colors into the wrong spots. Sometimes it's hard to see on the bottom. And push it a little bit forward. Now, this, if you recall, the tonal that was on here, it was kind of a bright yellow. So some places, if it gets uncovered a little bit, you'll never know. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is going to start with a section. So I'm going to start up here with this sky, and I'm just tapping it, just popping it with my finger, because I don't want to, it does a little bit of blending, but what it doesn't do is suck the life out of the strokes. And that's what I'm looking for. And down in here a little bit. Okay. Now I'm going to come in and, oh, maybe this yellow. Now you kind of, yeah. It looks about the same as when I started. Okay, so I'm just going to hit this yellow. And I want to wipe my finger off after the yellow if I'm going to hit anything that's got a real blue in it, because it'll just go green on you. So the objective is to get all of the little crevices of the canvas filled with paint. So you're pushing it into the canvas. Sometimes you can even move some of the colors a little bit. So, but you don't want to wipe it, because then you'll lose all of your spackles of color. That is then kind of a big mistake at this point, because you don't want to do that. You want to keep those spackles, some spackles of color, when you finish this painting out, because it gives it life. And put these guys all the way over. You can see I had a little yellow spackle there. And already you can see that if I tap these colors together, they dull out. And so if you've got colors that are bright and you think they're too bright, well, this process is going to dull that out anyway. Otherwise, if you just, I guess you just don't want to go crazy. And after this part of tapping in, then you're going to take a brush and smooth out any areas. So you don't need to worry about whether it looks blotchy a little bit right now. What you need to worry about is taking away all the colors, because as they mix, they dull down. And any little globs, fine right there. I'm going to come in with this yellow, and I'm going to try not to forget about my reference picture. I've got to do that. And hit that guy. Now he comes down a little bit, and then comes across here. This one, this blues come up a little bit. And hit those out. So I can tap it down, I can tap it up, I can tap it across if I want to move some of these colors into other parts. So you can have your finger up, you can have it sideways, whatever works in that spot. And now I'm trying to keep track of this dark, because the dark is actually the bottom of the part of the cloud that goes above it. So I don't want to push it down, I'm pushing it up. And then there's this light part here, so don't want to get rid of that. And you know, this essentially is, well, it depends. It's essentially, in my mind, it's the first layer. Now, sometimes I'm lucky and I come back later and I think, it's not that bad. So then I just leave it. You know, I think that it's really easy to overwork paintings, and once you've done it, you're sort of stuck starting over if you wanted it to look a little fresher. You can do it sometimes and sometimes you can't. So you're better off leaving it a little bit in the fresh zone and working on it later again when it dries up, cures up, than to overwork it. And that is a common problem that a lot of people have. So I'm coming right down to my mountains, and I don't want that darkest. So what I am going to do here is I'm going to kind of tap it to that point, trying to keep track of where that mountain is supposed to be. There's a little something something here, and bring down where that mountain got too high and go up, you know, kind of come along. And okay, so I'm just putting it barely on the canvas and pulling it, and then that gives me something of a line. Now these mountains don't look like big old jagged mountains because that's not what I see. And if you make them really jaggedy, then what's going to happen is people are going to, that's all they're going to look at. And, you know, this is really a backdrop for these fall trees, I think. So I'm kind of like at the top of it, pulling that paint down. And then there's a glob here and one here. And I can pull this paint around a little bit. Now, if I don't go too long of a line, it looks more natural. You know, if I go just in one long shot, it's not going to look real natural. That guy. Okay. Now I'm going to go into this next part here, and there was a little snow there that I kind of lost. And if you lost something, it's not going to be the end of the world, right? You can decide later if it's something you absolutely need to put in, then you can put some more on later. Re-engage it later. I don't know what the right way to say it. So I'm going to hit these back here, and then I'm going to hit this next group, the darkers here. And so I want to get that line close. Now if you take it and you pull too hard, you're going to pull the paint right off, like I just did there. And I just did there. And so I'm just tapping on it. Not any kind of pulling of it is going to change the direction and make it too specific. Okay. So I'm pulling this, I'm touching it and pulling it, and see that, there you go. Now this guy, actually he should be a little bit bigger, taller, so I can get some of that darker paint up there and then come across. Now see how I'm kind of building that back up? I'm just pushing it up. I'm putting it down and pulling up. And kind of up in here and across. And this guy. Oopsie daisy. Alright, there you go. New rag. Alright, now this is showing some through. I don't need that. Okay, so if you get spicy little areas like this one was nice and crisp, but you don't want people looking there, so it's that's not what we wanted, so I just pulled that off. And I'm going to try to create the shape anyway, and then pull it down, and I want to get some of the shadowy area. So I'm really trying to even if I don't have the right color paint on some of it's going to need a little revising, probably. Maybe not, you never know. Anyway, so I'm just making sure that my mountains have the right space. They're in the right space. Now this guy way over here, he has a lighter sky, and then he comes up and around, and then let's see, some of this didn't work. Okay, and then up here, okay, so and then up a little bit, and then down a little bit. Now, one thing that is kind of a mysterious thing that happens is some of these colors are going to cure out and actually get darker. I don't really know why that happens. It's like, I don't know, when you put rocks and stuff in water, they tend to get nice and bright colors, and then some of them, when they dry out, they just get dull. So I don't know the science behind that, but it's kind of what happens. So now I'm going to pop this down a little, and this guy here. Now I have a little bit of paint over there, so I can put some on my finger and then move it in, because some of these spots are showing through a little. Okay, and then up we go, and over, and then up. And then this comes around, and now I have you, and then I'm going to come up to you. Now this orange on this little spot is really a little too bright, and some of this dark needs to come down a little. So when I pressed into it, that orange, the value, not the value, it's almost like the value is what changes. So you still have that color in there. And so it's just that it's a lighter, it sort of lightens it out a little bit. Okay. And then up here. And a little there. Now, so we're trying to get some direction, and we're trying to get some values and set our design up. Those are the things we're really working on right here. And all right, now I'm going to come over here and start working this guy. Now this one in here is really bright, so I'm waiting on that till I get across this dark spot. Okay. Now this one can come down. All right. And you see some of my shadows changed. Now I'm going to come back over here, and I'm going to hit into this and pop this yellow over. And then I have a real bright one over here. It's a little misshapen. And across. Okay, and then the shape at the top's a little bit off, and then he comes kind of down and in front. That's sort of a flat surface there, and then over here. Now I'm going to come back over this way and up. Now my shadowy areas have gotten kind of light. I guess I just said that. So I'm going to try to define the shapes anyway, so that if I come back in here, that area could darken up on its own. But if it doesn't, then at least I have the shapes of it that I'm looking for. And kind of darker up here and up here. And across, and across. So, and then there's darker that comes here. Alrighty, and this kind of straightens out. Now this is all kind of off. And I'm going to come here. Now I have a little bit of dark here, so I can add it in over here. I'm just transferring it. So up I go over here. And I'm going to avoid that shadow for the moment in between here, because I don't want everything to turn into mud. So I'm just going to go one color at a time, and then hit this guy, and then this guy comes up, and there's one coming in here. Now if I come in with this darker shadows, okay, and it sort of shimmies down, and it sort of shimmies across. And now, yeah, so taking a look at that reference picture a little bit too, now and then, it's really, sometimes you get kind of into the move, and then all of a sudden you go, oh wait, I went crazy. And so, and down in here. And then make sure, I just, yeah. Alrighty, now I can bring some into these trees a little bit. Be really careful, don't go too crazy. And then this guy's gonna come across here real light, like, you know, you're better off to go light and then come back and take another swing at it. And then let's see, this guy over here, and I'm trying to focus on the pink and not get too mixed up with the other colors. So you don't want to have a bright, like over here, you want it to be duller on the very edges, because a bright spot over there is probably going to take people's eye out of the picture, and that's like the cardinal rule that you don't want to break. You want to keep their attention. It's a little self-serving, but that's how it works. And then I'm making my grass, and over here a little bit, making sure that all that paint is in the groove. Alright, now what I can do is, well, I'll just keep going. So I'm going to hit the darks first and try not to disturb the brighter colors at this point. Just hit the darks and work your way from the darks to the lights. And then this little guy there. Okay, so it's dark up in here. And then every once in a while it's dark. And it comes up here. And it comes up in here. Now, okay. You can see that my dark areas got muddy. They turned green in here. And so the best I can do right now is just try to, okay, let's hit these oranges. And just keep going. Don't worry about whether it's, you know, whether it's perfect right now. Because you've got to keep in your mind that we just put a whole bunch of colors down with no blending, no nothing. So the fastest way to go is to just put the colors down and then go from there. I tap them in. I'm going to brush them a little bit. I'm not trying to disturb a whole lot here, but you could see that the colors that are building up on this part here, it did all get kind of dulled out. So it's probably going to be one of those deals where, I mean, if you were in a big hurry to get the piece done, you might be able to come back in with a knife at that point and put all those bright colors back in with a knife. A brush is probably going to make it more smooth. But if you think about, this is your initial paint, your initial layer, and it's got all these colors already mixed in it. And so there's a lot of bright, cool spots. Now I'm just going up to the line, and I want to see if I can double check this guy right again. Yeah, I just keep doing it. And there's a little variation there. Okay, so, which is okay, because, you know, this is, this tree line isn't, there's a certain amount of variation to the bottom of a tree line anyway. And now I'm going to take that grass line, and I'm going to come across here, and alright, this guy I think is out, and this is one of our goodies, and by goodies I mean antelope. Okay, and my antelope are kind of not in here, so I want to save the spots for them. I probably don't even really have to finish any part of them out right now today, because I'm going to be finishing them out with the knife, but I want to have them in the right spot. Now, and then I just do my grass, and I can come up with from the bottom here too. I can hit the bottom and up, so that I'm not leaving. Okay, here's what you get. If you're going to have another layer, what you don't want to have a lot of is a lot of bumpy lines necessarily. You might, some people do, but I mean, I tend to want to make it so that I can see the area where I'm going next, keep any nice spots that I can, and then by smoothing some of it out, it gives me a good idea of where I'm going next. So my vignette's kind of gone a little bit. Okay, now this is a little trick about these antelopes, and what I have here is I made a little Okay, so one of them is way off. The other ones, let's see, there's nothing there, but there should be something way over here. So what I want to do is I can leave where they're at, kind of, and then this one's not right. It should be over here. So what happens with this process is I end up getting a little too carried away with some of it, and then that's not the best idea. So this guy, one of them's okay and one of them's not. Alright, so if I take my white, he is going to be way over here. And this one, let's see if I'm right. So I'm not touching it. I'm just, okay. So he's actually way over here. Not here. And he's way over here. Oopsie daisy. And not here. And so that gives me a better starting point. Okay. Now the other one I had, so it gets all gooby, thank you. And this one comes this other way. So I'm going to, so one's good, this one's got a little something here. Oops, too much. My white kind of gave out on me. Okay, so he's too high here and too low there. Okay, and then there's another one over here. And all I'm doing is putting the little dots. I don't need it to be perfect. And then this one here, because I'm going to come in and make it a lot better. And one of the things about these little herd animals is, you know, if you define them too much, they take, this is not meant to be a antelope portrait. It's meant to be just an antelope herd in the middle of this scene. So I'm going to take this guy here, and that kind of lays out that part. Okay, so the next thing that I'm going to do here, wipe my hands off a little, is I'm going to take a soft brush. Now, let's see here, maybe I'll take a bigger brush here. And so I have, it's a sable brush, and I'm going to just tap edges. I'm going to start up here, and I have a little rag in my hand so I can wipe that brush off as I go. And my goal is to bring in some of the sky and pull out some of the cloud. But my edge on that cloud should be soft, typically. Now, that's, again, one of those, you have to really look at what you're painting, but if you think soft edges, you're going to be right more often than if you do like hard edges on a cloud. Now, that isn't to say that there aren't some, like sometimes you get a thunderhead or whatever they call that, and they are breaking through the layers of the atmosphere or something, and they can look kind of, I don't know, kind of, you know, hard-edged, if you will. So I'm just doing this. I don't want you to look up there. I want you to get, okay, I want you to be going through the whole piece. I don't want you to get stuck anywhere. And one thing that'll make you stuck is if a certain element doesn't match up to some degree with what people think. So that's why you don't want to have hard clouds a lot of times, because you don't see them a lot. So you better be worth it, because it'll stop their eyes. Okay, and come down a little. So what you're looking for is nice, soft, not too many lines, odd lines. it's easy when you're doing something to come down and you make a line by accident. So always look for that. And starting with these high contrast areas as far as value, and then I can come back up and finesse that a little bit so that it's interesting looking line to it, and it looks like a real thing. And up this way. And up here. Now I'm just kind of popping it too. I'm not really brushing a lot. Every once in a while, I see a dark spot there. I don't want that, because that will catch your eye for sure. Now, if it's something where you want them to go, then it might be okay. But if it's just sitting there and it just was an accident, then you need to do something different with it. And hit this guy. I could get my glasses and make sure. I was kind of making sure that this yellow was up here was paint on there and not just back like the tonal. And the reason why you want to cover something up at that size and make sure it's really paint on there is because every coat that you put on there creates a new way for the next coat to work. So, you know, it's like if you're constructing a road, you know, the road, they always put on a layer and then they come back and put on a second layer. And if they miss a spot or it gets damaged along the way, then there's forever this little pothole. And it especially shows up on like the sides. So if you're walking beside the painting and you look across it at an angle, you'll see there's a pothole. It's distracting. It may be okay to leave it, but if you think about it now, you won't have to worry. So this paint here is got a lot of brush strokes that are showing, but the paint isn't globby. So I go back and forth because I think that adds the character in the brush stroke too. So like sometimes you hang a painting and there's, I don't know, sometimes there's like glare. If it's all really smooth, that glare is going to take over from some direction more than if you kind of vary it. So I'm just bringing this down, and now I have to think about this cloud. This cloud is actually over the other cloud, but I am going to try to wipe this off a little bit, and then I'm going to bring this up to it. Make sure everything, all the color and everything is up to it, and then I can bring this other cloud back down a little bit. Let me see if I can do that. So this purpley guy is, and there's a little line there. This purpley guy has got to have variation that looks like it goes over the other cloud. So that guy is a little bit right there. So I can bring it across, and I can kind of, okay, so I can kind of make that line that I was saying don't do, and then come back in over that so that you can get your line. You got to get your line sometimes and then soften it. So that's what I'm trying to do here. And I always see a couple lines coming, so fix it as you go. The more you get it correct, the better. You don't want to get so that you're pulling too much paint off or something weird like that. You want to give it a little finesse and keep some paint on there. So I'm going with one color here at a time, and then over here, bring it down, and then I'll hit that next color. Because if I blend these too much, then I lose it all. Now this is a little greener and there's some stuff missing here, but we'll either fix that or we're going to live with it. One of the two. Okay, and then bring some of this over and down, and across. And over we go. All right, and then let's hit this yellow guy. Now he kind of comes down and through this greeny blue. So there's this little pink part here, and I'll bring that. And I can bring it up by just turning the brush up this way. And then kind of come up this way. So I'm getting some direction, and then I can softly go over and get those strokes variance. So if I look at it from the side, I can see that it has the strokes that kind of go crosshatch in a little bit of a way. And then this guy. Now sometimes you get a glob. Globs are not your friend in this necessarily. It could be. You could use them for your artistic whatever license if you want, but I like to avoid them on this layer because if I come back in, it's easier to get paint that can go over it. Like if I have my brush, it doesn't catch on all of the it won't catch on all of the brush strokes if they're too thick. And I want that to look like it goes to the edge. So I don't want to push too hard on it. And a little bit here. All right. And now I'm going to go down one. I'm leaving it just a little bit from the hill. Kind of be cautious a little bit there. And my drawing got all full of paint. Shocking. All right. Now I'm going to go and hit this guy. Now what I'm doing is I'm putting it down and I'm just making a small stroke. It may look bigger, but that's because I'm just following through like you would in baseball. But I put it on there and I make a small, push to the brush, and then I pull it off. So before I get done with my arm, I just pull it off, and that way it gets a little bit of character at the top and has more of a realistic look to it, and yet it's not smooth. Because the thing to me about painting is that it isn't halfway about what if you looked at something and you observed every single inch of it and you could put it together all at one time, yeah, it would look like that, because you're like, if you observe a photograph, that's great, but in real life the human eye doesn't see that way. It sees little blips at a time. So if you make it too smooth, then it's not going to play very realistically. Okay, so I'm coming down here. I'm going to try to give this guy a little bit of direction to the next part here. And so I get the edge first, and then I come in, and this guy's got a little bit of light. You can go across there. So it's basically the same thing for all of this stuff, especially if it's in the distance. Now we're going to take this one and try to pull that dark back over and then come back over here. So it makes more of an outline, and there's a little blob there. So I'm going to make my outline, and I'm just going to go little bits at a time like I just did, and hopefully it'll play the way I'm trying to get it to play. Now this one goes way over here, and then it comes down. So I can give it direction. I can, first of all, that guy is an extra. I don't need that. So now I'm looking at where does that mountain in the picture, where does it come down? Because there's almost always, it doesn't just go straight down, right? There's like tree lines and stuff, and if it rains it's going to go down certain gullies and all that. So, you know, if you see something that you can put in there, it doesn't have to be like super drawn in or anything. It has to be an essence. Okay, and now this guy can come back across. And then down here. Okay, now we go over, and that was too hard, and then it comes up here. So you gotta be really careful you don't pull it all off, because then all you have is your tonal, and it'll be not good. Okay, and I'm coming right down to the brighters. Okay, now let's take these guys over here, and I'm going to kind of get a line going and also a line coming here, and this one here, and this guy is right here. Now he's sort of, I lost some of my dark there. Might be able to pull it in and go like that. Okay, now you are a little, okay. Get some of these, the tops, and then it comes across. So it'll come across here, and then up she goes, and this guy is a little bit bright, and then down you go, and down you go, and down. And it comes across, and up and down, and a smooth line, and really should be a smooth line there. Alright, then this one. And you kind of back and forth it. So I ended up with sort of a line here for some reason. So I want to make sure I watch for that all the time, And this one comes over, and around we go, and then up. Now it is going to look a little too smooth. I think it will. I've been wrong though. Last painting I did, I thought it's definitely going to need another coat in it, and I changed my mind later because it just looked cool the way it was. You know, you're in the mindset where you're trying to create something that looks like a thing, and then sometimes, you know, the painting just takes over on itself, and then it takes care of business. But I definitely pretty darn sure I'm not going to fix these antelopes today, because you could, you totally could, but I don't think I'm going to do that. And up you go. And so this part is a little bit of finessing. It's just trying to get decent strokes and move them in the correct direction so your eye is going to play with that hill. Now you don't want anything too bright on the side or it'll take you out of the picture. You can go up to it, but then you have to bring it back down so that it doesn't, it'll catch somewhere else if you bring it down, hopefully. And that guy. Okay, that's coming along. And things in the distance can afford to be a little more smooth than things in the front, because that's one of the techniques that people use to determine depth, you know, and distances. Things get less clear. Now, if you have really young eyes, you could probably say that's not always true, but that's a general rule of thumb. And some people make a whole career out of painting every leaf on a tree and everything else. So there's no law that says you can't do it. It's just that it's, you know, that's typically what, you know, people will say. Okay, now this guy is a little off. And this guy's off. Alright, what's new? And then, so go like that. Now it looks less like a specific triangle and more like a hill. Now this one has the same problem. So I'm bringing some of the darks in there, trying to eliminate some of the weird edges. Now this orange can come up, and it should also, you know, it can come up on the side just a little bit, because otherwise if it goes down a little bit, it'll look like a sad face. We don't want to do that. So now we have this little fellow here, and he's going to come down, and then there is a shadow which didn't stay dark. I think it's a lot easier to accidentally lighten a dark color than it is to get a dark light color. I mean, everything can gray out, but that's one thing that you think, oh, the dark is such a dominant color, but I don't know. It's very reactive to a light coming to it. So, okay. Then this guy just turned out wrong over here. So I have, let me see if I have a little something here. And I can put it in here. See, his actually was going to come across here and then down around here. So he actually is, I thought it was 2 hills. It's really 1 hill. And I'll fix that next time. And now then, we are kind of down here. And I'm going to try to get some of these lines to be kind of straight. Get behind these trees here. And over here. And then up in here. And okay. All right. Now we can kind of bring this line. I'm not going to make it all like, I'm not going to use a ruler or anything to make that line straight. I'm going to come into some of these trees, and but the general look of it should be very straight. But if you add a little variation into these shadows, then your eye will pick up the straightness. But if it's off just a little bit, nobody will actually, it won't be bothersome. It won't, people won't go, oh, it's all crooked. And then I'm going to take this color here, across here, and I'm going to set that up. Now, I'm going to bring this down over these little antelopes so they're not too big, and hopefully they don't get too small. I'm going to check all that next time, but I want to keep my dots there. So where it's gotten lighter now, I can hit the bottom of the lightness and not evaporate that lightness. See, this guy is pretty bright over here. And what'll be fun is when you come back in, like I found that a lot of my tree colors were a little bit, I don't know, they got too muddy, if you recall I said that. And what I can do with that is I can come back in and add good wads of color with the knife. I can then mix those colors to the right red, or right orange, because I didn't feel like I had exactly the right orange for the main orange, and so when I come back in with the knife, I will just mix the right orange, and then that'll be the end of that. And we'll work on the antelopes a little more, and then I'm going to come up like this. So the farther the field is from you, that can go smooth across in a line. But when it comes up close, usually you see a little more definition in the grass. Now that isn't always true. Can I say that again? It's not always true, but it is a lot of times true. And that plays then is depth to your depth. So that's what you like. Now I'm just getting the direction of these things, and trying to make, I'd rather have the antelopes be too small than too big at this point, because they're a little globbier, and I probably leave them that way because it's, you know, it's got a good start to it, and you're going to add to it. And so from that point of view, the antelopes can have a little glob to them. Okay, so now what are we going to do with these trees, right? So I'm going to take a smaller brush and go in and make some definition. No, that's too small. I'll take the next size in between here. And I'm going to hit this darks, you know, support the darks a little bit here. And if it gets too full of something lighter, then wipe your brush off a little bit. Now see, already that lets me bring in that shadow in a more realistic way. And so I'm going to hit that all the way across there, and try to keep that dark. And every once in a while you hit a real dark spot, that will transfer into the next area. So you're actually moving paint as you go. And I'm not brushing smooth at this point. I'm just hitting it kind of on the edge like this, and then just tapping it. And if I need a little dark from over here, I can grab it from over here. And that's a quick tip. And come up this way and go like that. Now I'm going to hit the hit that next part near the dark, and I'm going to hit the next to the dark there and try to make the shape support the shape of light. So there's going to be a bright spot that comes over some of this, but in the shadow there is variation in the darkness and the lightness, even if it's all looks dark at first. But if you were to, say, enlarge this picture, you would see that it's there's more colors in the dark already. So I'm going to just go with that. If you have a bunch of colors into the shadows, then when a certain light changes, those shadows will bloom out, and you'll be able to see the variation in colors. Now I've kind of mixed them a little bit, maybe more than I'd like to. Now I'm going to go to the greens, just hit those if I can see them, and as the colors get smaller in size, then I'm just dabbing here and there. Okay, and in a lot of ways these trees, they're not really close, but they have just hints of sharp edges. Mostly it's soft edges, and you can really finesse that. So you're setting up some calm spots here, even though they're on the edge. And if you walked over there, you'd see they're just leaves, right? But if you set up some calm spots, then when you put in some highlights in there, those colors are going to have it's like you're setting them up so that they look even better. They look even brighter than if they're all the same. It just looks terrible. Okay, so now I'm going to come in. Maybe I'll hit this orange guy. And I'm just going to, soften it up a little bit here, because even though at the end I might put in some real bright oranges, if I'm just setting it up, okay. So you don't want to have these colors need to be less blobby, right? They need to. All I'm doing here is they're all looking really dull. So that's, unless it cures out different than this, then I'm going to be coming back in. So if I leave some of these brighters just a little bit muted, then it's all set up for the knives to come in and hit those. Now, when I keep doing this, you're going to notice that pushes those trees away from these antelopes. So if I'm really lucky and I get it all to come together, then the antelopes, even though they're low on the screen here, they become part of the picture in a way that, they're hard to do otherwise. So, because they're small and they're not supposed to be portraits, right? I just said that not too long ago. They don't want them to be portraits. And then just kind of make it like this. Now, I could actually, if I was wanting to, I could sign it, but I think I can sign that anytime. So sometimes it's nice to sign it after the first go round so it matches something. But, well, and okay, so here's a different way of looking at it. I could sign it now, and if it got covered up, because I could put it in the wrong place, then I can sign it again. So there's no harm, no foul. I don't know. It looks pretty, it doesn't look very finished, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to be coming back. So I'm just going to leave the signature off, I guess, and come back because I want this one to be really good. That's my goal going forward for the rest of my God-given life, is to try to make the pictures as good as I can make them, because I have a lot of paintings made, and so now it's important to me to try to get everyone to be good. But okay, so what do we like about this thing? What I really like about it is it's got the glow going. Okay, there are colors that are a little off here and there, and we're going to fix that, but it really has a good start to it. Let me see. Let me check this line one more time. Look. Yep. So I'm gonna tap that down. Okay, so I just did too much here. So this dark here has to come down. Borrow a little, borrow a little, borrow a little more, and then it's going to be set up pretty good. So let's try this one more time. Now I'm not putting it on the paint. Okay, so see, it's so fine right here. Okay, and that's where we're going to wrap it for the first session. We'll see you next time. Okay, so today is session number 2. I've waited a couple of days so that the paint will cure out. You should be able to put your hand across it and not have any paint come on. If you're not sure, just tap it. This little whitish part up here is kind of wet still, but most of the rest of it is really dry enough to continue. So my paints that I used last time were over here on the left, and then these are the ones I never used, but I had picked them out. So we're going to go right back to the other materials we have is the Gamsol and the brushes and the knives. So the first thing I want to do is I want to look at my reference picture and kind of come up with a plan for what to make changes on. And if I kind of start with the sky, some of these colors are pretty good, and they probably just need a little bit of lightening with a lighter blue that kind of bring this purple down a little bit. I have a real green spot here, which isn't quite right, but that same kind of blue can pull all of those clouds together. There's what I like about the mountains is these mountains right in here are kind of dull, and they look like they're dull. Then it goes darker and then lighter blue. So the one thing I don't even need to make a whole lot of changes to those, I don't think, except to just kind of define some of these edges. Not make crystal clear edges everywhere, but just make edges here and there that kind of give it a little bit of a fresh look. Up in the front here, I need to put in a little bit of highlights with the golden color. Now, the picture that I'm using that I printed out is slightly different than the one that shows up on the video. It's a little more orange than what you see. I'm going to try to differentiate on my picture. It's sort of like a little orangier, but if I keep this a little more in the golden tones, then I can let my trees stand out. And I need definition in the trees. Of course, I need to define my little antelopes, and I need to finish out the front. So that is kind of my plan. So edges and definition in the middle and foreground. I'm just going to sort of start a little bit here and just see what I have. I'm just tapping it on there. Now, one of the things about adjusting a picture that you've spent a lot of time in your first session putting all the colors in is you don't want to just blanket cover everything up. It may seem like that's the thing to do, but you're going to cover up all these beautiful little color passages in there, and that's kind of takes you back to square one. So you can, number one, you can think of, do I have more than one color to put on there, and how do I put it on there very judiciously? With the canvas, there's a little bit of tooth left, so you can actually just touch it on there here and there, and it'll put on that color in the tiniest little portion, and it won't cover everything up. Or if you put it on a little bit stronger, and let's say that you think, you know, after you tap it in and everything, you think you've put too much on there because this initial coat is kind of dry, you can come back with a rag or a rag with solvent on it and you know, pull back some of the new color so it shows up some of the old color. So, but if you think about this, if you put on more than one of these colors on the spots, it's going to kind of follow along with what you did before. The idea that there's actually more than one color. On this blue, I'm not sure I have to do that, but I can see it could go a little darker at the bottom. And so I'm just going to put this blue on. Now my plan is to, just like my other plan was, put the colors on first and then blend it in, tap it in, and brush it in. So just going to do that. You can just barely see I can just barely put that on there and just tap it. And there's a little bit down here. And it's surprising how much coverage that little bit of paint is going to have. If I don't have to mess with an edge, then I'm not going to mess with an edge. Because we spend a lot of time trying to get edges before we left the painting in the first session, which isn't to say that we got them all, but if they look good, then don't change them. You know, if you're on the second layer, you're either going to be making corrections or you're just going to be adding a little bit here and there just to round color out. And let's see. I'll put a little bit over here. And a little bit. So I can take my green here. This is where the green was that was bothering me, and just put some of this over the top. And I can hit a little bit of these golden spots. If it looks like the right color, leave it. Do not just go crazy. You know, look for those colors. Okay. And then I put that color off to the side. Okay, so now I can take, let's see, I have a sort of a purpley color, and I don't know if that will fly. Let's see. Alright, so I'm going to put in this as sort of a purpley blue here and there, just to keep it lively. Now this is going to make this look darker. So I may not have to add a dark, I just might have this middle tone might just solve my problem for me. And then I'm going to try a little bit in here and see what I've got. Let's see. And then down just above this mountain a little bit. And then I don't want to forget these edges right here. Go off the canvas. Okay. little darker. I'm going to just put in a little bit at the bottom here of this darker purple. That's kind of bright. And I don't know if I dare. I'm going to try it. Just put a little bit on these back mountains. See, that was a little too much. Ooh. Then when I mixed it, it turned pink. Okay, so I'm going to see if I can. Yeah, that didn't look quite right. So let's come back here. We're going to just take our little rag and stick a little bit of solvent on there and pull some of this off. Now I'm going to drag it a little bit around here so that that pinky color, it doesn't seem so isolated. Yeah, isn't quite the right thing. Try to take that off. Let me think here about this. I have a little bit of a grayish blue. I'm going to hit those spots. Now that was, yeah, there you go. Let's see if that'll fly. And maybe over top of this ground here to just neutralize some of that. That was kind of a mistake. So, every once in a while you get something unpredictable that happens, and well, some people would say that's a happy mistake, and I'm not sure. We'll go with that, I guess. Okay, so all that kind of pushes that back. Okay, so this purple here would have been a better choice. Let's try it. Just get that darker that I was aiming for a little bit. And then let's try tapping these right into the top of these mountains here and get kind of a darker on that ridge. Now before I go on, and I said I was going to just put all the paint in first, I'm just going to do this section first. You know, one of the principles that I did in the first go round was every color goes everywhere, but I want to the adjustments don't always follow that, if you're lucky. So what I do is I go right back to the next thing, which is to tap it in, and I'm pushing down and pushing forward or back. So I push into the canvas and then I move the paint. So that's how I handle it when I don't have quite, I don't have a strong line of the paint. I'm not just putting it on like lipstick, but just have a little bit of color here and there, and it carries across pretty easy. And now these are, and then I come up with my blues across here, and even though it's just a small amount of paint, it will tap in a little bit, and I'm looking as I go across, I'm looking for those areas where I want that lighter color to go in. And then come across here. And you see right there, there's like a little glob of paint from before, and it picks up part of the color. So if you go back and forth or up and down, it may resolve some of the glob that got on there. And then hit this mountain a little bit. Okay, so let's take our brush and see if we can't now this is the thing with the brush, is that the brush puts a light coat of everything over top of the old colors, and so you can easily at this stage kind of goof up. So if you hit the edges of these little globs, you might be able to get by. And then where you have that kind of bigger sort of dark color at the bottom, if you push it a little harder, it might finesse it just a little bit so it doesn't look like it stands out so much. And that looks pretty cool. Okay, so it definitely gave a little spunky life to this cloud, and that works too, right? Okay, then you come in here and now I don't know if I have all the darks and lights of these clouds quite the same as the picture. I think not, but I don't think it's going to make a whole huge difference. So one thing you can do though is you can get this kind of worked up so that you feel like it's going to work, and then come in one more time. I mean, you know, I have rules of thumb about what I'm trying to do when I start, and sometimes it just is exactly what I do, and then other times it's gonna not. So one of the things you're gonna get here sometimes is you're gonna get fine little globs, and if you can take it off, great. If it doesn't come off really easy, if you pull it off, it'll be like a pothole. And it'll pull the skin off of the first layer, which is not what you want, because it'll be noticeable. If you walk beside the painting, on the sides of the painting, it'll be probably noticeable, and that won't be good. But if you kind of finesse around it, and then you might be able to have it not stand out like a sore thumb too much. Okay, so now let's take a slightly smaller one and hit this mountain. And what we're trying to do here is figure out how we can get the edge of this mountain to look right. So part of that is the sky comes to the mountain and makes it's atmosphere. So it, you know, on the top side of it, it is smooth. Or a cloud. I don't know. I guess cloud isn't atmosphere, but it's vapor, so it would be smooth. Okay, now you're going to come in from the bottom, try to pick up a little of this darker, and come in and up. And it shouldn't be a hard line all the way across, but there should be little bits and pieces of a harder line. Okay, and then on the bottom you're looking for the edge for the mountain just below it. So I'm coming from above with the back mountains and create, try to get that atmosphere. And then I'm going to come, if I can get enough of a stroke here, I'm going to come up a little bit and down a little bit just to kind of make it look like a mountain. A mountain has, areas where the water, if the snow melts, the water goes down. So the ravines and all those spots where that happens, you want to keep that in. So a little stroke here and there will help me get that in there. Okay, so I'm going to take a little stiffer brush, and I think this one will probably work. Okay, and I'm going to see if that works. Maybe even a stiffer. And bring the sky in there. And okay, and then let me think if I have one of these lighter blues. I just rub a little of that on my palette and then into the brush, and then see if I can. Yeah, that'll work. I don't need it to be such a big brush. I'll try this one again. Okay, so this is pretty stiff. And I just put it down on the line between the mountain and the sky, and just kind of back and forth it a little bit. And that gets something of an edge there. And then I skip a little so that it kind of doesn't have to be bright all the way across. It's not an outline. It's just a bit of the painting and that edge. So and in here and across here. So that really does a nice job separating the sky from the mountains. You just hold the brush wherever you want the paint to go, which it can go on the sky side on this case. And we're going to, there's a little bit of mountain that actually went down here, so it isn't perfect. So I'm gonna try to drop this down a little bit here. And then the cool thing about this blue is I can also kind of make some of this background here. There are some little snow guys up in here. And it's a blue, so it might not be exactly the right color, but I'm going to take a little lilac here and see if I can get closer. It all has to do with value, and then when you look to see the value, that's obviously lighter. Then after that, it's about what's the tint of it, because almost like I said before, almost nothing is a true white. And that looks a little bit you have to put a little finesse into those shapes, because otherwise they're going to look not very realistic. And then I'm going to take maybe a little darker here, and I'm just tapping that in so that it doesn't cover up everything. And let's see, a little down in here. Okay, so if I go this way, I'm going to get an edge between the two sets of mountains, and that's where I'm headed, on the mountains. And keep going across. Okay. Now, let's see. I think I'm gonna come back up here just a little bit, up in here, while I'm thinking about it and all that. Just kind of hit these purplies again, because they just got a little bit crazy. And hit a little down in here. I don't really want these clouds to compete too much with my mountains, so let me tap this in. Tapping it in really just moves the color over to where you want it without over blending it, and then you can hit that last spot with something that will blend it. The brush, right? And maybe a little over here. Now this definitely, oh, that guy is just stubborn. Let's see if I can get him neutralized over here more. Okay, so what I started here with is everything was kind of muted together. It still had colors in it. It still has colors in it now, and that's where I'm aiming for. I don't need it to stand out like a sore thumb completely. But now, what do I have? That's really soft, so let's be careful. Yeah. And then, really, just put some here. And then there's a little bit, and it's probably not really supposed to be purple. It's probably supposed to be kind of a muted turquoise or something, but and even a little bit at the top of this second range. Not everywhere, because it's got a little glow on it, but just a little bit of darker in the second range. It's a darker that matches the sky then. Okay, so let's finesse this while we're going. Okay, that thing is gooby. Get it all off your hands. If you get the best you can off your hands, then you don't spread additional pigment, because you don't want to goof it up if you don't have to. Okay, so let's come back up in here. And if it seems like it's a little too much, then you can wipe your finger off. So I'm just taking this it's strong. Yeah, that was a little strong. That's the way it goes. And then this is going to be strong too. Okay. Now, I think in some ways it's just a little, yeah. I'm just going to pull some off, right? And I just do a sort of a quick hard tap on there, and then change my tissue, because it gets full of that color and then it puts too much on. So and kind of come up in here. Now, when I first started out, I said that the colors were kind of, I think I used the word complementary, but really they're secondary colors, which are, that was, sometimes I say the wrong word. I think the right thought, but it's the wrong word comes out. So anyway, it was purple, orange, and green, and this really accentuates the notion of that. So we'll see if we stick with this. So if I pull a little bit of this into this farther part, it'll be lighter, but it'll have that same kind of tone in it. Okay, and now I am going to take and do the same thing in this land here. And I can take quite a little bit of it off. Now you see that purple ended up a little bit, let's just say less than muted. It's not muted like it was. So let's just try something, try the other idea that I had before, and I kind of did it at the sky too, is I'm going to just dip my tissue into the solvent and pull some of it all the way off. It'll still stain it, but it won't be so completely, it won't completely overtake, and it'll let some of those colors from before stand out. And let's see here. That noise is the wind. I'm pressing kind of hard. So the thing is if this paint underneath there, it's only a couple days in. If you're not careful and it's not completely dry and you put a lot of pressure on it, you're going to end up with pulling some skin off of the paint that's curing out. It kind of develops a skin on it. That is a bad thing, because that's even worse than a pothole, right? Okay, so let's take a little of this off here. I think it's just an overkill. So we have tissue in here. That's not good either. So get a new one that's not falling apart. And I'm not even really touching on it, just barely going over the surface just to pull that tissue off of there. Okay, now let's go back to our maybe this little brush here. And then finesse this guy. So we can get a good edge. You know, there's like little blips of color, and those you can finesse. So make it into your edge. And a little sharp right there will make it look realistic. So it's not about making an outline, it's about I don't even know how to say that. You're suggesting an outline more than you're making an actual outline. And if you hear snoring, that is my dog. And so at this point then I'm coming down to that next row of mountains here. So if I can get a good edge from the dark side, that is a good thing. And then bring the lighter back down. And then come up here, grab a little of this now. And it's sort of a combination of get the edges on the bottom side, but it's also about let some of the light stand out on the certain parts of this mountain range here. So it's got to think about it in a couple different ways. And this guy. So and I might have to see about, this is a stiffer. And that helps me. Now, some of this is pilling. I don't know. I don't know if it's the paper towel or the paper, or if it's the paint itself. It's kind of hard to know. So I'm going to take my littler one and hit a few spots like that. And that way it just makes it look like not quite so smooth and sparkle a little bit. And that kind of differentiates these two mountain ranges, so it makes the other one look much farther back. Maybe a little hazy. And then keep going. Okay, now I think I should use this little white here. It's not white, it's a really light blue. And blend that in. And then bring him in up here. In fact, that's a nice blue to come back in and just kind of come over the top. This is one I used just a while back, but now it's got all that dark purple on there, so I'm going to come back in, put a little bit more in here, and this is sky color here. Well, there's no such thing as sky color, but the color that you can use in the sky quite easily. And kind of dull down these up here so they're not so much the same purple. Okay, now let's take some of this grayish one too and put him in there. Now I have several colors, so that'll help keep my style going. And a little in here too. And over here too. Looks like it's raining up in here. So let's see what I got now. And up in here. A little goob there. Okay, now let's get our soft brush. Let's see if there's anything. Okay, now I'm going to just pop it, kind of like down, pop, down, pop, down, pop, down, pop, and a little up in this yellow stuff. So it's sort of a, what do we call that? Just a dot pattern. Stippling. I don't have a fast brain anymore. Okay, I never did. But, yeah, stippling like you would do with pen drawing maybe, or something, just to give it that dot pattern, which will let that one new color allow the old colors to come through a little bit, instead of just a direct hit. And what's really neat about it is when you get up close to this painting, you're going to be able to see those little dots of different colors, and that's pretty. And try not to leave any obvious one color dull spots if you can help it. And then come back down here, and all of that back and forthing with the tissue leaves little things on there, so you gotta kind of look for that. And you can put a little up into this yellow here too. And one here. Just give a little bit of softening on those edges. They kind of stand out, but they are also need to be a little bit more cloud-like. You know, the mountains can stand a little bit more straight line, although I have to be really careful about that, because it doesn't, if it doesn't have sort of a softer look, it's just going to command all the attention away from the other parts of the piece, and it's really, those mountains aren't the main subject, really, if you will. They're part of it, definitely, because it's the subject, I suppose, is a little bit like Montana, a Montana day, but your antelopes are going to stand out, your trees are going to stand out, and so you're just building this back up to show the highlights, you know, let the highlights win. So what's cool about this is now this little yellow part stands out on those mountains, and then the rest of these mountains kind of slide into those clouds. They're there, they're obviously there, but your eye isn't drawn, like right in here, your eye isn't drawn completely to that. And a big part of that is because the values are similar enough to cover that. And let's see. Now, I'm just going ever so lightly over that mountain and the edge of it. Okay, so where does that leave us now? I'm going to take a little bit of a Sladen green here, which is what was on here, that light color, and just kind of, maybe I can use a stiffer guy, just to take this and got a little bit floppy, so I'm going to come back in and brush that in a little. And this is, you know, just throw it in. Let's take this other glue one too. Let's see. Now I'm putting it on there. I'm making the stroke go in multiple directions. It seems like a little yellow is on there, but I don't have a yellow. I have a sandstone. I bet you that's what that was. Yeah. So it's not so weird looking. So this purple's still activated, so I can still move it. And it's about getting the little finesse in there. Cool. Okay. Maybe a little something in here. Too bright. And let's see here. I think I'm going to mix a little peach in. This is new color to this piece, and just hit a little peach in here, and then that's good. Little glob, thank you. And so I'm just going to start on the bottom part of here, of the cloud above, and just bring it down bits and pieces down in here. And across here. Now, this is one of those things where it plays as the lighter cloud, like you would think the white cloud, but it's not a white cloud at all. It's a peachy cloud. And that helps to define that color. And it also plays kind of as a yellow, which offsets against the purple. So it stands out a lot more because it is the complementary color of the purple. It's sort of a yellow. And then hit a little here. Just a little happy spots. Okay, so think of this now. This is cool. As you come up, there are compositional things as you come up. So you're coming up from here, you hit this little slide here, and then you can pop this right in here. So it catches it and it moves it back up. So what that means is that you want to have a place up here where it's going to catch that light too and come back and bring you back around. So you're not just adding in some pretty details, but you're using that color and everything to direct your eye. And I hit this guy just to kind of bring it back, maybe even a little over here. Now if you put a regular frame on this, it's going to drop it down a little bit, so you won't see all of that, but if you put it in a floater frame, you'll see all that. And then the other thing, maybe a little in here. So while I've got that, and so I can bring it back down here, and even if I kind of stick let's see what happens. Ooh, up here. Then it'll come here and it'll start working its way down. Now I have other peachy color that's pinker, and so I'm going to hit that one down here because then it'll look like it's more towards the horizon. And so I have a little bit of that action coming right here too. And okay, I might even be able to put in a little more pink in there. So here and there. Now see, I'm just kind of going with the flow on this a little. And a little of that can definitely come up in here so that it has that continuity. And a little of the lighter so that it is in there too. And don't forget a little up here. But that's not the one. I want to go with the darker. It's got a little more color in the front here. And I'm just kind of back and forth it a little bit just so it doesn't stand out badly. And maybe a little peach back in here. Just to grab the edge of that cloud. And up she goes, and then across she goes. Okay, a little of you up here, 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 and there. Okay, and then in case you come down from here early, you can also put it here. So it's sort of like strategically putting those colors so that you continue the shape flow of your eye. So I'm gonna swoop it up and turn it quick before it goes out of the picture. And I'm getting a little carried away, but I don't know. I have a license to do that too. And down in here. Okay, now if I take my guy here and I can just kind of pop it so it doesn't look like blobs of paint, it looks more like finessed little bits of cloud. And then kind of come up here. And just remember some of this color is behind. So reinforce your edge from the top and bring it around. And then you're coming here and you're going to pull down a little, just a little. And it comes from different directions, so you can do that too. And bring it here. You want those colors to be existing. You don't want to just put them in and brush them all away, but you got to have those edges be cloudy, like, or it's not going to be quite so believable. Okay, now let's see, just going over this lightly, just to reinforce the line. And there's a glob, of course, there's a glob. And then bring this down now. Let's see. The lighter purple might do well right there. Kind of got lost a little. Interesting. So you can put the lighter purple on this side and it makes it look like that, but that is differentiates that from this forward group. It pushes it back a little bit without pushing it all the way back to the blue part. So just a light glaze of this light purple over the top will literally push these mountains back. So you just have to finesse that color in. This is forward and this is forward, but these other purple guys are back. So that makes it a little mysterious looking. That's what's fun about the painting. I didn't actually think of that until I just did it. You know, you come across situations where you're trying to make a little change somewhere and suddenly you go, oh, that'll work. Because it's complicated, right? Doing stuff that's realistic is complicated because what you're painting is got complicated. So pull that up, pull it up, pull it up. Doesn't have to be obnoxious, just has to be there. And that's cool because the purple color acts as far away color. It acts like a blue in a sense, but because it has a little red in it, it pulls it forward from these backer mountains. And okay, now hitting these bluer ones back here just a little bit so that they it's sort of just an iterative process. You just go back and forth, so you're trying to get your line and okay. You want to make sure that these strokes are kind of back and forth because it makes a smoother look without ruining it. But then when you're looking at the side of the picture, when you're got it on the wall, you'll have a similar stroke all the way through it. So a lot of things to think about. And hit this end here. And a little into here. And a little up into here. Okay. Now, one more little time. I'm going to go back. Not with these guys, with this guy. And hit this. Just a touch. And it'll give the illusion of a little more definition. And so up you go. Now you're putting in this lighter. Going to drag you up here. And now you're keeping your overall composition with a little bit of lights in there. You want it to be, I tell you, my thinking on the words for what to say about that, it's almost like you want it to be sparkly when you get done, so that it really draws your attention, because one of the things the eyeball wants to do is find little sparks. It doesn't, it goes smooth over smooth spots. Your eyes don't stop on smooth spots. They stop on places that stand out. So that's what we're trying to do, is keep, you don't want to ignore the sections at all. You just want to, this one's not as pointed here. There you go. You're just keeping your eye moving across, and this one can be that light blue because it's the sky part. And it's got a spark. We've got to put a spark in over here. And a spark. It's like cats following the laser. And something here. And up in here. I'm going to take this little sky blue I had there and so if you leave the sparks, you can actually hit the top sides of that so that it doesn't it catches your eye, but it doesn't look unfinished necessarily. So I don't know. Sometimes the hardest thing in these videos is just to try to figure out what you should say. Because words matter. Okay. Okay. So it's the right touch between the spark and the make it everything sparkly, but you got to make it so that you can transition. Okay, so now we're gonna I guess I'll take a little break, and then I'm coming back and we'll do the tops of these mountains, and then just bringing it from the top to the bottom, or the back to the front, if you will, like this, the back of the sky. So by walking away for a little while, you're going to come back and see what you think of that sky. It's a lot better than it's a lot brighter than it was. So anyway, be back in a bit. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take this, I have a little dark purple here, and I'm going to just plug that in here and there at the very top. I didn't think I had quite enough definition there, and I'm just going to put it in to emphasize that ridge. I think that helps. And it's just a very dark blue purple. Okay. And sometimes you should just leave it. Okay. And around here, maybe. That's a little bit better, actually, I think. So I'm just going to define these, put a little more on here. And all I've done is just take that dark purple and apply a little bit of it to my glass palette and then go from there. And my brush is a little stiff, so I can move it along here. Okay, so I have different colors here that I can mix like an orange and a peach together actually. See what I get. And try it again. And that's good. So if it's just the lightest peach, it'll look too dull. So I have to put in. So the two colors look like this, a brighter and a lighter. And I just put them on my palette and then I just dip the brush in one and then the other. And I just try to pay attention to my spots here. And down in here. And down in here. Maybe go a little darker in this guy, got a little light. And hit that and hit that. And I'm gonna bring it down to the front here. And then one comes across here too. And keep going. Whatever color is on the top is going to have the brighter. So I'm going to lighten that one a little and hit you. And cut down. And a little bit up here. Now if you can get this in a one stroke, it's going to be cleaner. I'll put this light on the top. Just like that. If you go back and forth, that's called licking. And so sometimes licking can be, it just gets too soft looking. So if you kind of just do one stroke, you'll get a better definition. I might have to clean that guy up a little. And then way up here and here. Okay, and then we're going to do the same for over here. And I didn't quite get to the edge. And a little up here. Okay. And it comes across here. And let's see, kind of down in here, it's and I think I'm going to try a little browner color here and see. I don't think that looks good. So maybe mix that with that same orange. Comes up here a little bit. And let's see what happens if we put a little of this dark purple in here. So what if you had orange and purple? Ooh, what would that do? That kind of so everything I always say about okay, so I added a little bit of Payne's Gray and to the brown, I guess. Let's see what I get here. So Payne's Gray is kind of blue-black, and you mix that with a brown color. With I got kind of have a brown color in here, and it goes to the dark. It doesn't go quite so purpley. So start with the brown and then go to the blue. Maybe that's better. Hit this guy with the blue again. Just a little too brownish. And maybe a little purple just for fun. Just to bring the continuity down. Okay, so I'm adding a little blue, Payne's Gray, which is blue and black, and then brown, and a little bit of that purple to bring it down in here and in here. if I put the orange on first, then the other colors dominate so that it isn't so orangey. And so if I want to dull old orange down here, I just hit it with a little Payne's Gray, and I've kind of like ended up with too much orange back here and too bright maybe. Okay, so let's see if we can get a little sable brush here and try to get some try to get a little bit of, calm it down and get a little bit of definition at the same time on the edges. So these are supposed to be the middle ground mountains, and they don't need to be quite so bright necessarily. Otherwise I don't have enough room to make the front ones bright. They have to have a little something something, I think, but just try to get some of those shadows back in and all up here. Okay. Now before I go too much further there, I'm going to start getting some of the foreground ones. Start out with an orange here. Okay, so that is kind of yellowy, and so now he comes up here and across, and then it squiggles down and around, and then it hits here and here and here. That is very bright. So is that what I want? What if you did a little pinker? That's like too crazy. So I'm going to take a little peach in the front. A little peach in the front. And hit the tops. And then this guy. And then orange goes to blue. So let's hit a little blue in here, just let's maybe too much. Oh, that just went crazy on me. Okay, so let's keep working on this. Try to get some kind of similarity. Now, I know what to do. Do I? Okay, I'm going to take a little maroon, cad maroon, and add that in there, down in here. That went a little bit easier, I think. What's hard is that you look at it and you look at these oranges and you think it's got to be really orange, and then you wonder when it gets on there, it looks so crazy. There you go. So it's a kind of a peachy color with a orange there, and then bring these guys down here. Okay, not doing a lot of time. I'm trying to think here. So, sometimes I have a little, I love the glow colors, and I also have a little trouble with them. Just kind of figuring out how they come to be, and takes a little experimenting, I guess. But other guy's coming over here. So I can kind of picture how to make that work. So I'm putting down this little base here and trying to stay somewhat true to my design. And even over here. And there's one little funny little spot comes right around here. And then kind of comes up from the bottom a little bit. Okay. Okay. Now I can get these darkers in here where it is a little darker. And let's just maybe okay, so I have kind of a brownish red and a oranger orange. Oh boy. And then adjust these as they make sense, right? And the idea here is I'm just trying to get a good color that is going to work for that. So I'm looking at color, I'm looking at shape, and values, where the shadows are, and then I'm going to have to lighten this guy back up. Okay. All down in here and up here. And it's sort of, I think they call that modeling, where you are going to put in some of these darkers, the different values. Sort of helps to get the more three-dimensional look. Not sure if that's where that came from, but it makes sense to me, so. Now, down in here and here. Okay, so that little yellow there is a Naples yellow, I think. And I'm going to just pop that in. I'm going to try to get some of this paint off of here. Give that color a chance. And around here. The nice thing about that yellow is it's not super bold. It's not bright, so it is a little more natural, and I didn't use it in this picture, but for the sky, but it can make some good sky color clouds that don't compete so much with the blue. You know, where sometimes you do the blue and it's hit some yellow, too much of a yellow, and it'll just turn into grass green, and that's not really what you want. So, but in this picture I didn't use it for that. Interesting. Okay, so wipe a little more of that off of there, and then just start playing the tops of these. Okay, so I'm really just looking for where does that color show up, and trying to, use it where it is supposed to show up. Okay, I need a little jazz up here. And okay, now let's see. I want to get now this is Payne's gray and a dark purple. And I'm going to try to set in these shadowy areas. This has a little ravine in here. in here. And then it comes up here. Now, this got a little kind of blue. I just put a little purple on top of that so that it kind of goes with the piece a little bit more. And again, I'm just hitting one color and then the other color on the brush at the, you know, instead of mixing it together, I'm doing it through the brush. Like I hit the Payne's green, then I hit the purple. Now, just so I don't get too confused here. So if I want the purple to show more, I hit that last. And I'm gonna keep going that route. Now, if this was in the foreground, I might be using the knife, but right now, if I get too much, it'll get more detail and more clear color if you use the knife. But then, I don't know, that's cool. By doing that, though, this is sort of still more in the background, and then there's this dark part here that I keep losing. So I'm just putting it on with the brush. And you. And that dark comes right into here. And then out this way. It's kind of like you get in the zone of painting and then you have to stop for a second and look at what you're doing. And then this guy goes almost all the way across here now. And let's just measure him. Because, those are, I don't know, the bottom of, okay, let me see here. So, this is where fields are, and in this part of the country, then the hills quit and then there are fields, so you want it to be dark. It's probably not really straight across in real life, but it looks better if this line and this line, in the field parts, that they go together a little bit. Okay, so now there's some up in here that if you don't make them a little bit darker, they won't they won't transition quite right. So I can put a little more purpley in there, up here, and in here. Let's see what's going on here. And dull that down. So I brightened it up and then I dull it down again. As soon as you put something else there, it will it'll change everything all over again. So the same is true up here. And as I've put the stuff in the front, then I've kind of committed to the blue-purple shadows. So I'm going to go back up here and do these in the blue-purple shadows too. Well, kind of went high. And then up in here. And then some down in here, and then around here. And then those stand out a little bit more. And then they come up here. I'll put a little purple up in here. Okay, now what do we do? Okay, so let me just mess around with this a little bit here. I'm just going to see, because I don't usually do brush strokes there, but I want to kind of calm it down and okay, probably don't need to do this. Just take a different brush and kind of work it in. But I'm going to do it anyway. I mean, once I started doing it over on one section, it doesn't hurt to kind of go that right way. So some of these back hills, you know, that brush didn't kind of left a goofy spot. So, all right, let's see what we have here. Let's see, how about a, I don't know if this will fly, but this is kind of a, I don't think that's going to fly. So I want to have my soft brush, and I don't want it too big, too small. So let me just go over this edge here and calm it down. And calm it down. Okay, and then let me see about this. Now, one of the questions that I'll have here for myself is, should I just try to get these, I'm going to go with a slightly smaller one. Maybe even smaller than that. No. If I can get this background here behind the trees to look okay, I might have to, hold off the rest till tomorrow. Now, I wouldn't have to wait for this to cure out in order to finish the trees and everything in the front. It's more a question of just giving myself a little time to think about how it should go. So I'm going to dig in and try to get my shapes here and move this up here. So if I want to go over this later, I need to let it cure out till it's dry. Otherwise I end up with a mess. And what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to take some of these hills are, if I take the light part and I go over some of this darker, I think it's correct. So it's just a finessing of what goes, you know, how do you make it look realistic. And some of these areas are lighter. I've got to consider my lines and my shapes, everything. This is my shadows don't have to be like super dark right here. In fact, it looks kind of greeny up to me in the real world here. I don't know what it looks like on the video, but I just want to, yeah, and this goes down. Just kind of all right. Now, one of the things that, you know, I like to do when I get towards the end and I'm not quite there is I can come back in and pop this stuff. What does that mean? What that means is I can take a little paint and just make a pop. That isn't really the right color, but I'm kind of having a day. Okay. So I want to set it up for that. And all right, now I'm getting close to the part where, because these colors of the shadows are kind of complementary to the sunny side, if you mix them too much, you might get the wrong color. You know, because you have blue and yellow makes green, blah, blah, blah. Yellow and purple makes the purple duller, usually. Those are complementary, so. Okay. And bring the dark up a little. I'll try to get my shapes close anyway. Now, when you finish, okay, so if I come back to this, it might be useful to finish out the bottom, and I always say these things and then I change my mind. But one of the things is that when you get the other colors in and the other detail in, what you've put up here might be perfectly good. If you think about it as far as leaving it the way that it is, and then you kind of say to yourself, well, it's much brighter than the front. I know, but it's not finished yet. So you have to follow your process and trust the process just a little bit in order to be able to not over change stuff that you're working on. Because some of this is like, it looks so crazy. I don't know. But getting it to the next step is the important part. And in this case, okay, so I have all this yellow should have come across. Just stay true to the design if you can. That at this point that will help. And if you lose it, you lose it. You can always come back in. Okay, this actually came around. So I can steal a little of this and put it over here. Steal a little of this and put it over here. I'm kind of trying to... I forgot a shadow. So, let's see here. Right in here. I completely forgot that one. And there's also a couple over here. So, you don't need to have tons of detail, but if you put in some detail, it should probably be, whatever you forget is going to change the composition. And this guy comes straight up here. This guy is more triangular. And then it comes around the front and into there. And this guy is there. So it's kind of been an interesting picture to do because it's got all these crazy colors that, sometimes when you think of a scene in your head that you've seen a bunch, like in the daytime with the sun up above you, you don't even notice these hills because they all get kind of dark. And then all of a sudden comes the golden hour and everything is a whole different color that you didn't even know. These golden parts are, the sun is over top of them, so they would, meet up in a lot of places and kind of do go over. This guy. So all I'm really doing is just cleaning up a few of these edges, because if I can get away with not having to redo it again, that'd be fantastic. It has to be correct, but... And this came over. And this came over. And this kind of comes down here. Okay, so I'm just cleaning it up. And this one comes over. And, every time I leave a painting and I'm going to come back, I try to set it up to make it easy to finish it off the next day, even if it doesn't happen. I want to set it up properly for that. And this guy got kind of dark in here, so I'm going to just straighten it out a little and kind of come this way. And every time you work on one of these, it's like an iterative process. A lot of interesting things happen that you didn't expect, and sometimes it's gonna be better, and sometimes it's gonna make you a little nuts. And I don't know, in this case, I'm not sure until I see how it cures up a little bit what's gonna happen. A lot of high contrast areas right here, so it does look kind of weird, but that's okay. We're gonna just go from there, and then let's see, the only other thing I can think of right now is I can come back in with a little of this green here. And I think it needs to have a little bit of a darker in there too. That isn't right. So I'll take my green and a bluer green. Let's see, try that. And then I set up my grass. In fact, if I go like that, what happens? And over here, and over here. Okay, so I need, actually need a, maybe this guy is good. He's a lighter green. Okay, the dark and the light. And put a little bit of Payne's gray in there. Let's try to line it up. Okay, it needs to have green and Payne's gray, I think. So take my dark green and my dark Payne's gray and just bring it across. That looks almost too much. And then the next color there is, it goes back to this peachy color. Let's see. I go my Naples yellow and this peachy color here, and maybe a little of this lighter peach. And that's okay. I'll kind of finish it off over here. And just to, let me see, this green is a little bit, the green needs to have a little purple in it or something, just to keep up with what's happening here. Okay, so this is day 3. I'm actually just finishing out the second layer today, and I just am showing you these are the colors I've used so far, and these are the ones I have not. And I am going to be doing a lot of knife work today to work on my trees and animals and grass. And so what I'm going to be doing is taking the certain colors, and I just rub a little paint on the palette, and that sets me up to do my knife work. And I'm just going to keep going. So that's all I'm doing. I'll be taking my knife, and maybe if I want to get a mixed color like this, I just put 2 different colors on and it mixes into another color. Probably this color would show better. So I just take a little bit, I hold it at an angle, and then get some mixed color that's a little more accurate, and then I just put it down on the canvas and make my marks. So that's all I'm doing. So today's work is going to be to finish out these trees and the grass down to where the antelopes are standing, and then work the antelopes in, and then finish out the foreground grass, which will be a little taller. And I do it that way because these grasses back here, they're actually quite a distance away, so they'll be more linear this way, and the ones in the front will have a little more grass-like look, and that'll make it look like it's going back. Okay, so I'm gonna just show you, after I put down all these colors, then you have access to all of these colors. I added some from the part that I hadn't used yet, and down here is sort of an interesting little grouping. I have a black up here. That's a jet black, but I don't often use the black plain. So when I'm working on these to make a black, I have a variety of colors. So this one is a cad brown, Payne's gray, cad maroon, a deep green, and this purple. And when they comes out together, it comes up with a very dark color like a black. So where I'm doing my shadows, I'm using these colors to get into the darkest spots instead of a jet black, because I think that you can get little flecks of these colors in there, and it's a little more lively. I will go ahead and start at the bottom of these trees and get some of the darks in there. So as I just talked about, I'm going to take that combination and I'm just going to start hitting it into those spots. And then I load up the knife again and I hit it into the spots. Now if there's a space that I want to get that's got a little more of a reddish or bluish or purple tone, I can add that. Say I want to do a little bit of this cad maroon in here, I can just add it to that color and it'll lean it towards that cad maroon. And that had a little green in it that stood out. So whatever color you end on, you're probably going to have a little bit of a bump from that color. So I'm going to try to keep my wits about me and keep these shady areas in my line of sight here. So I'm looking at my reference picture to do that. I had a little extra purple. So see, it can be really cool to do it that way, because you get some of those little accent colors without even having to take any extra strokes. little up in here. And I'm really setting up my shadows first so I can put my brighters kind of like over the top. And I have some shadows throughout this foliage too, so if I have to, I can come back to this anytime I want. And I come, let's see. Oh, that had a lot of green on it. And I'm going to come down in here. And there's a little bright spot to here. And a little up here. And periodically I have to rub a little more paint on the palette. And bring it across. And this is really, I kind of really like doing the palette knife. It, instead of the brush, the brush doesn't always let enough of the paint off of it to make, oh, this is a personal opinion, to make it bold color. For some reason I have a little trouble with that. So I like the knife because I can get more concentrated color, and it's going to play really well for me here because it's going to set up a real high contrast area, and that's going to help me get the viewer to look at that area as being important and more kind of what happens. Like yesterday I felt like I kind of got a little bit bland in here, but that might actually work very well. We'll see, because it's not supposed to, not every place in the picture do you want people to spend a lot of time looking. Wherever you put detail, wherever you put color, that's going to, high contrast areas, that's going to draw people's eye to those areas. So, okay. What's interesting is this guy here goes way up, and I kind of missed that. And a little out here. And there's a little something back up in here. And up in here. So I'm just looking for the dark spots and trying to get set up. This has some in here. And it really goes high up in here. And a little more. Now when I'm looking at these tree lined, this guy goes way up into those mountains. And some of these go a little higher than what I have projected here. So I can, at this point, I can just, if there's any darkness, I can add that in. And it goes right up into, by where the brights start up in that, across that field. So the trees are a little taller than what I had. And that'll make it more exciting if I fix that now. So I'm going to bring this up, and these the oil paints and the oil sticks, they're all so forgiving as far as painting over a thing. And then down in here. Now, before I do too much more, I want to see where my line should be, because this dark to the grass should be fairly good. Now I put my fingers up only on the bottom of the canvas, and so I can keep that same depth all the way across. It's a little lower there. It's a little, should be a little lower here. And then that guy. So it should be a little lower where? Let's try it again. So, okay. So right in here, I should make it, get that dark a little lower, and maybe over here. And up in here a little, and a little bit there. All right. So that's cool. And now I think one of the things to do right now is to work on some of the greens in here. Now let's say I want to take a dark green and I want it to be slightly darker but still green. I can add a little cad maroon to it, and I want to find those little spots where, okay, so let's start with the cad maroon and then go with the green, and then just put some of that real dark green alongside of that shadow. Look for where that color is supposed to be. That's one thing about it. Now this is actually farther back and there's some trees in the background. Okay, cad maroon and green, and I'm moving my greens out from the shadow, and then eventually they get really bright. And up in here there's going to be green. So it's sort of your typical going from dark to light with a little bit of color associated with it. And up over here is some green, and kind of at the tops where the trees parts are, there's a little green something something here. Take this guy. Okay. Maybe a little bit at the very edge over here. Now I have a very transparent olive green, and I'm going to go with that guy next. Let's see. And I don't have any other color with it right now. I'm just going to set it up. So where I've got green, a lot of that is on kind of towards the bottom side, and where the sun hits the fall colors, that gets the brightest sort of on the sunny parts of the sky. So I should have had a little more of my darker blackish color right in here. So I'll add that. Okay, so what I use here is I use Naples yellow, this olive green color, and then one that's it's called golden sunshine. It's gold color, and I'm going to mix that pretty good. Instead of just doing bits and pieces, I'm going to mix that, and then I can take that color and I can match it up to a particular color on this picture. So so I'm making my own custom color, and that's why I get all these colors kind of set up, and I can make this a little higher. And in some ways, you know, if you want to use a little artistic license, that doesn't hurt either. And then bring it down in here. And there's a whole little bush down here. And I'll try to make enough of it to get all the way through, and of course, that doesn't always. That's a good aspiration. And one here. And even in this dark area here, there's sort of a lean that to the green a little bit. So I'm going to take this same golden sunshine, and I'm going to start to move it towards the orange. So I'm going to see if I can get a color that is going to work. Let's see. Okay, so this is a cad orange light and the golden sunshine, and it's not it's terribly super bright, but let me get a little more. But it's got a little bit of jazz to it. Let's see where we're at here. And And it comes up. Okay, I'll take a gander one more time here, see if I have it. Okay, somewhere in here I have a spot I missed completely. Alrighty, and then I just keep adding these colors. Okay, I missed a little there. I'm just going to add these colors one by one, and I'm not going to alter the stroke until I see how they all go together. Like, I don't want to blend anything early. And sometimes you do blend a little bit, but if you do it too early on, then you might have some like automatic blending that happens that's really cool that you're missing out on. So some of this green, for example, is mixing in with some of this yellow. I can use the edge of this stick of the knife to, you know, get some of this finesse in here, but I don't want to get too crazy because I want to get all the way through. So now I'm going to see if I can get that same bright. So I have a really bright reddish color and a bright orange color, cad orange and sunset orange, and those two colors together makes a really bright one. And I'm going to hit that in here. Now, because this scene is sort of like a fall scene where you still have green in there and you have gold, and you also have this dark gold orangish color, reddish color, chances are you don't need to use like You have to be kind of judicious with it because it's very brazen. But wherever it's showing up, that's the only place. Like it, one of the things that I had to learn was to be a little bit more, well, I guess a little bit less excited with the colors, you know, and then I put the dang thing everywhere. So I want to get the colors close to right, and then I want to make sure that I'm not overdoing some of the colors I just happen to like. That's one I kind of like. Otherwise, it just sort of looks cartoony and made up, and I'm not really too interested in that. Now the colors on the left hand side of the picture itself seem like they're less bright, but I don't want to, I'm going to just use a little artistic license to keep them similar all the way across, just for the continuity of it. I think this is a burnt sienna, and it's so I'm just using that one color. I'm kind of blending it a little bit because it's sort of just to get it real smooth. And put that in here and there where the color gets darker. And I can kind of use my knife to kind of work it into these other colors a little bit. I can even work that down into some of this darker, kind of towards the top of the shadow. I'll make sure my shapes are intact a little bit. So because it's darker than some of these oranges, it can go kind of in the shadowier side. And then kind of hit the top of these shadows. So it gives it a little warmth in there, a little bit. And then there's some up in here. Okay. Now I need to get kind of a yellow. So I have my Naples yellow. And what is this? It's a really bright yellow. Okay, so it's sort of a really bright transparent type of a yellow along with my Naples yellow. And that will give me a, I don't want it to be dull, I want it to be bright, but I don't want it to be, I don't know, so far removed from the rest of it that it stands out too much. So I want to have it be definitely a yellowish color standing next to these other colors. So and then this guy. I probably got that tree a little bit off there, but we're just gonna go with it. And up in here. And round this tree out. So in here I have a lot of yellow, and I can lay it down and then scrape away some of the into a shape so it looks more leafy. And it's far enough away so it looks a little bit like a block of color, but doesn't have to have every leaf exposed, but some of it needs a little finesse just to look correct. it's a matter of, again, we're looking at shape, and then with the knife I can finesse in some of the underlying colors with the over colors, and I don't want to leave anything too bloppy weird. Okay, now I'm coming back in with an orange down here. It's just sort of working it back and forth so that you get what you're trying to get. I mean, you know, because the leaves are all different colors and they don't, some of them are in the shady areas and some of them are not, blah blah blah. It's like, okay, and actually see kind of a whitish color, but I'm going to try it with a peach and see if that'll play on here. So some of this is put in some tree trunks. Now I didn't put a white in there. It looks white from here. I'm going to stick this in here too, just to give you something to see, and a little bit in here that's light. But the other reason I don't go white is because white doesn't look like white all the time. You know, it kind of can have a bluish feel to it even though it's white. So this peach color does work pretty good when I've got a sunlit over the top. It just is light enough so it plays like a white. And maybe there's something, okay. So it's just, I'm just going to stick that in there. I'm kind of improvising there just a little bit because I want to. No. Because I kind of got so I want to. So I can, you know, move some of the darker back to it, make it a little thinner. I'm just working that paint. And then even at the bottom, it can look like it's coming out of the shadow if you kind of just make it not so stark all the way. And then it looks like it's inside of that scene. Okay. Now, I think that's, it looks kind of bloppy a little bit, but let's just try. Alright. How about a little darker reddish brown in here? If I take the reddish brown and mix it with the cad maroon, that'll probably stand out a little better. Some of it. I'm not adding any new paint. I have enough colors of paint that if I am, careful, I can just move some of it around a little bit and kind of get it to look correct. There's a lot of things you can do with a knife that you can't do with a brush, I think, and if you go in there now with the brush too much, it's just going to turn into crazy mud. And I'm not sure you want to even do any of that. You can if you want to, if there's certain sections that you get to and it seems like you need to calm something down, the knife is a good way to do it. Or I should say, the brush is a good way to calm it down. It also will possibly overblend everything too. So as soon as you put the bristles of the brush on there, it will blend more than move. So and you want to have little blips of color so that it keeps your attention. Okay, so when I went to go take a break, I came back and painted on some of this middle ground here, and I didn't turn my camera on, so sorry about that. But what I did was I tried to bring out some of the lighter colors in this peachy and put in darkers in the shadowy areas, and then fix this green and the lighter colors behind there. And part of that was that it wasn't quite what it needed to be, and it was a little distracting for me. So I just used the knife, this knife, and just slid on some of these other paints. I had a little trouble with some of the shadow colors, and I had to sit and think about that for a little while, and ended up with kind of I don't know, it's so easy to pick the wrong color, but I had it kind of in the blue category and it needed to be in the purple category so that it would go along with. Then after that, I put in little blips of purple into these trees. There's like a blip right here. And that way then everything kind of starts come together. So now we're going to start working on this grassy area. And I'm going to... I'm just going to see what happens. Yeah. So I found a stick that matches that little area pretty well. And I'm going to just start going from right underneath that shadow, kind of develop a line. And these trees and bushes are not all in an exact row. So if you have some that go a little bit farther in, that's good. The overall line itself needs to be kind of straight. But because you can go into certain areas, it makes it a little more forgiving in terms of getting that line. And I'm just touching the paint on and then moving it a little bit. Now this back part of the field it's all relatively far away, so it'll look kind of like a straight line. I don't need to put a whole lot of foliage on there or anything else. And if I do, it will make it look like it's closer than it is. Because it's those details that will make it appear to be foreground. So let me smush this a little bit. Okay, so the next color I'm going to come with is going to be a little bit of a brownish kind of orange. I just start with a little bit of brown, and it's going to come underneath here. And here. Okay, now I'm going to take a little bit of a more, well, I guess rusty color, and add that to that brown. And it can kind of broaden out, like go down a little bit. Doesn't have to be such a thin line, but I'm adding in, so then it'll be, oops. Just get a little more rusty feel to it. And now I'm going to take maybe a little bit of this cad maroon and see what I have. Just pop that in here and there. Okay, and then I can take I take kind of I think this is like a yellow maple, like a yellow ochre or something like that. And then kind of bring it in. And I can go slightly over that dark line, just here and there, and then just start bringing it down. In that way it mixes in with that lighter kind of yellowish color. So if it's sort of like can break up some of this line. It is kind of a line from where the picture is taken, right? The field is out far enough, but it's supposed to have some, like, I don't know, foliage. And I think I'm going to see here. I have sort of a green and that same yellowish color, just to kind of pop in just a little greens here and there. And all I'm really doing is trying to see the color in the piece and then, or picture, and then bring it in where it's supposed to be. So just a real kind of grayish green. And I can hit this with a okay, so the next color is sort of a peachy color underneath there, and I'm going to, when I put it up there, it looks really too whitish almost, so I need to beef it up a little bit. Let's see if I can get this in here now. Now I gotta remember how I made that. So it's a bright peachy orange color, a duller, kind of a beige, a lighter peach color, and a yellow, like a Naples yellow. Let's see if I got it close. And I'm going to just kind of work in some of that darker. And because I'm making this color a little bit deeper, like longer, it looks a little closer. And if I put enough on there, it provides a base for other colors to be added to it. And let's see if I take a little of this green. I'm bumping right up to these antelopes here. Oops. And the thing that kind of makes it work is if you take more than one color at a time. A lot of times that'll make it kind of blend easier. Not always, but and add it up, bring it up a little bit into these farther away places, just here and there, and it gives it they all start to work together. Now I have sort of a grayish color. Let's see. Maybe I'll just add a little white to this. That same greenish color, just add a little white in there. Okay. And I want to plug that in here and there. A little underneath here. Okay. Now let's take a look at these antelopes a little bit. I have a kind of a new palette knife or painting knife, and it's super thin. I don't know if that'll be okay to do on this, but I'm gonna see what I can get. The handle is kind of long and a little bit heavy, go. Okay, so let me see about getting a dark, kind of a brownish, reddish color. Maybe of this, and see if I can. I'm gonna stick this over top of my hand here. I'm gonna take it and see if I can't get a good neck on this guy. Okay, I'll go back. To my old standby, maybe. I'm not trying to make a portrait of an antelope. I'm just trying to block it in so that it stands out as an antelope. You could see it from a distance probably, and but it doesn't have the detail. In fact, most of these guys are just, all of them are just feeding. So I'm gonna want to see if I can't get the size to be pretty close on these. So that's the wrong one. And okay, first of all, it has to be the right direction. So I put it here. I got 1, 2, 3. Okay. And and there's 2 guys over here. And this guy should probably be a little farther over than I had him. So I have a bunch on the right of the center, and I have 2 on the left of the center. And so if I kind of move them over a little bit, they'll balance a little bit better. Okay. Now I'm going to just double check this stuff and see where I'm at, make sure it's fairly close. Perfect is kind of hard to get, but okay. So this one's probably a little too far. He should probably be a little back. And this guy probably should be sort of back a little farther. So that's okay, because you know what? This is a color that will go in the grass if I need it to. And I can block some in, and then it'll work. Okay, so now I'm going to come in with a kind of the darker orange and lay it in to this reddish color. Now this is going to provide, it's not at the brightest spot of this antelope, but it gives you the sense of that they're really orange and white. And there's two here. One's kind of behind, one's kind of in front. And then put the one that's closer in second. And then we're coming up here. There's a couple in here. And then this guy was kind of got his head. You can see his neck come down. And right up over here. Okay, now I can take, maybe just my lighter orange here and aim for the belly. No, not the bottom of the belly, but aim for like the middle of the torso. And then and some of this is actually more of a purple in some of this area here. Like the shadow is a little purpley and some of the where they're kind of twisted a little. Okay, now I can probably put my glasses on and then try to get a tiny brush. Oh, let's see. This one's pretty tiny. Okay. Now I'm going to kind of model them a little bit. And so what I mean by that, I want to get the shape just the tiniest bit. And here's the thing, I know that it isn't perfectly right, but if you do little bits at a time instead of try to get it fixed all in one swoop, you're going to be a lot better off. Remember, you're just trying to get the essence of these animals, and oops. As soon as you put this brush on here, you see all that color kind of dulls down. Okay, so let's see if I can fortify a little bit of this white in here now. Sometimes, no one said it was easy. Okay. Now, I think I'm going to just now this may not seem like a this may not seem quite done enough, right? But the main thing is to get some of the key areas in there. As you can see, the white, if you touch that white, you're going to lose it. But some places you want to lose it. So just to try to get the essence of it, get the edges if you can, and then you can come back in when it's dry, and even with a brush you may be able to get enough paint on it to finish it out a little bit better. And the best you can do is, you know, you want to get the best you can. If it's a little globby, it'll be interesting. You know, you don't want to leave it too flat. Get a leg in there. And I'm just pulling the colored paint kind of through the whites. And this one is behind. Okay, I think that sets them up pretty close for now. Okay, now I'm going to take my grasses again and I'm going to try to remember what I did. And come up to these antelope bottoms. Some parts I need to come in between, I guess. We'll see here. And I'm trying not to disturb the antelopes I have. I can cut into them a little bit with this knife as I go, if that makes sense to do that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you can get the edge sort of finessed there between the grass and these antelopes, that'll be helpful. I'm kind of not, it's not quite what I'm trying to do here, but kind of. Kind of a challenge, to say the least. Okay, let's see here. Try to cut in some grass around this guy. And here. Okay. Now let's start focusing on the rest of this grass and then see how it plays out. So what I'm trying to do right here is just kind of look across, add in some of the colors in little bits and pieces along the way, and try to make it sort of balanced a little bit. Alright, so now I can look at this a little bit differently here. I guess I should just keep going, I'll say that. And see what I have here. Maybe add in a little orange. Okay, so this orange has some spots that have a little bit redder tones in it. I'll just start working that in down here. Now the foreground grasses have a little height to them. And I'm just trying to load it up okay, and then sort of scribble it in. And okay, now let me see here if I as I add the paint down here and scribble more colors on, it'll move better. It gets a little bit moist there. Okay, so now I can take one or two colors here and there and add them in. In fact, I'll go back and do a couple here. I stick some of that little green in there just to bring it down. Okay, and then come back again. Okay, so I'm going to try to put this little light spot kind of in that vignette. And then over on this vignette over here. Okay, so I have this orange and peach together that just to, well, I should probably add something else too. Okay, so I'm going to add back my main orange. And back that and forth into there. So and kind of at that point where I'm just kind of trying to make it the colors work together and look pretty, if you will. Now you'll notice that I'm keeping this orange from coming into the corners too much, so it almost creates a bowl, and that's a good place for these antelopes to sit. Alright, so this is about the point at which I'm, just about done, except for one problem. I hate these mountains. So what I'm going to do here is, let me see, make sure I don't have any funny lines there. Okay, I'm going to try to use the knife on the mountains a little bit. So, okay, maybe I just do the same strategy. Bring in a little of this red. Well, it's not red, but it plays red on here. And just slide it over and over and over. Now, there's something about using the brush versus using the, I can even add some in here. There you go. Using the knife, it just is, the knife just has such a different feel to it. And there's nothing stopping you from adding that very same thing into these trees a little bit so that it kind of goes together. Make sure you have all the right oranges in there. Okay, so that should help a little bit. So something about the brush stroke, I lost all the different colors in there, of course, and it just looked a little cartoony. And I know it's a painting and everything, but it doesn't have to look super cartoony necessarily. Okay, now Okay, and now I think it's purple and a green here. Okay, let's see what this will do. Okay, that's too much. How about this? Nope. Totally wrong. Well, I think green. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what colors to put up here. And maybe a little purple in here. Okay. How about pink? Okay. So purple, pink, and a beige. Maybe. Maybe not that pink. Okay, try this now. Maybe a little more purple in there. Okay, so I have you. Okay. I'm going to hit this guy a little bit and kind of down here. Well, I'm gonna maybe this blue green. Let's see if I get it there. Let's see. That was a mistake. you. So same mixture with some purple in it. Okay. Now, before I walk away from that, I'm trying to remember how I did that. I can put in a little bit in here. And some down in here. Okay. Okay, so that I think helped give it a little bit more texture, and now I'm going to take a I think a little, sort of a little soft brush. Now I do not want to lose my texture. Okay, so I'm going to be careful with where I'm going to pull that line in. Okay, so okay. Now, if there's a trick, the trick is to just try to get a few little spots that are kind of smooth. Just a few. Go judicious first, and then see what happens. I mean, you want this to be not standing out in the, you know, so a little bit less, how do I say, the little bit less of the kind of a little smoother paint makes it look farther back a little bit, but I want to keep some of it because I want it to not be cartoony, which is how I got here in the first place. And so it's just a push and pull here and there. And then okay, so now I'm going to think about these brighters. Now I made this sort of blue, kind of blue, purple, greenish in the shadows, and hopefully it'll look okay. I mean, normally if you go from purple to blue here, but I did add a little green too. It isn't obvious, but hopefully it'll play. And I'm working with the darker first, and try not to get try not to suck the life out of it. It's a pretty blue. It's a powerful blue. Oh, hopefully it's... Now, one thing about it being blue here is that it's going up against some orange, so it's really vibrant. Now I'm going to just hit this as just a little bit here and there on that blue I added, mostly because it's a little gloppy. And I think it's better if it's a little more finessed. Okay. Now, I have another one of that size. Excuse me. Maybe I will just, okay. So now, this is the tricky part, right? So to make this transition in here without taking the bright off the top. So I'm just being real careful. Okay, now I'm gonna just go ever so lightly between these trees here. And the reason for that is if I can make it a little less, well, a little more calm, then the trees stand out a little bit better. And some of this is dried already. So, okay. Now I think I'm going to hit I don't know about that. Let's see. A little brighter oranges in the front here. Just to, well, maybe I'll add a little orangey orange into it too. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to take that brighter orange just all by itself here and maybe wipe that off. Here and there. Okay, that's a little bit crazy. So let's see here. Just putting this, it's sort of a beige color, and it, for some reason it's playing like a gray. So I'm just gonna alternate some of that into this foreground grass that I just put all that bright orange. So I want the bright in there, but I don't want it to be the star of the entire show. So, but I want to support the other actors, so. Maybe see what this peach will do. Yeah, there you go. So it's a peach. It looks a little brighter, but it acts. It's brighter than that last color I had, the beige, but it actually is compared to the other colors here. It's a little duller. take a few longer strokes. Just to make it seem like foreground. Now my antelopes will need a little work, of course. But I think that is I think the palette knife can be a little bit, because it's not a huge one, can be a little bit tedious sometimes, but I think it's got a nice look to it. And my grass doesn't need to have I don't think my grass needs to have like straight lines and everything. It just needs to have an essence of the grass. So I think I'm gonna be, I know I'm gonna probably work on these tomorrow, but I think I'm gonna just go ahead and stick my signature in, and that way it's all done. And then fix those little antelope and anything else that looks off, but that looks a little bit better. So thanks for watching. Okay, so I'm going to take some smaller tools and try to work on these antelopes and try to get them a little crisper. And then after that I'm going to check to see if I can do what I call popping, which is to take certain spots and look at how it feeds through the composition and make sure that there's little glimpses of color or light and darks so that it makes the eye travel through. So first things first, I'm going to do these antelopes, and I actually got my glasses on. I don't really like painting with my glasses on, but alright, so I have a couple of options. I can go with my assortment of knives, and then I also have kind of a small little brush. Let's see if you can see that. If I use the brush, I have to gob the paint on just a little bit, so that's what I might try first. So I'm looking for, and all I'm going to do, I think, is just see if I can touch the animal. So I'm putting my dark on first, and he comes up here with the shoulder and kind of to the end. Now I'm going to take my little cheat sheet and just see if he looks about the right size. He's over a little bit. I think he is pretty close to the right size there. piece here. So that's a little small. Okay. Keep going. I'm using a cad maroon. I'm just setting this up. And he has a little dark spot on his shoulder, and then kind of back here. And so if you want to get these colors to be dark, you have to have enough paint on your brush and not brush it too, not brush too much of it too thin, because then it'll hold up the color a little better. And then this one. Okay, and then I'm going to wipe that off. That brush is not too bad. And then I'm going to take a let's see. Maybe this brighter orange here. Go back way down here. And bring that leg down. And a little something here. Now these antelopes are, I don't know, I guess they're kind of orange haired for the most part, except if they're in the shadow, then that's why that maroon looks good there. But when you get light on it, then the certain hairs look orange. And then there's white spots. So I'll move my way down here. Okay, now I'm going to take one more lighter orange. And this is going to just put on the bright spot, maybe, if I can get it. Too much paint on that brush, I guess. Okay, now I think the last piece of that is the whites, and that's going to make it all stand out better. Get some of this orange off of here. And okay, see if I can get enough glob of white on here. Alright, because it's the white that makes you know it's an antelope, pretty much. I got a little too much glob. Okay, so he has some on the under part and down on the belly and on the tail. And when they're all scared, their tail really puffs up so it looks like a big old white powder puff almost. And then when they're not scared, which this one's not too much, it's just sort of the tail. And it also has a little under its head. So down here, just a little bit. Now I probably over accentuated a little. I'm just going to put the paint on and then try to move it a little bit. So this guy, I can that was funny. And this guy. Now underneath here it's got a little blue, but stick the white on first and little belly there, a tail there. Okay, they don't look quite right. So what I want to do is okay, what to do? Let's see. So I'm just going to take that same, well, maybe I'll take my little signing brush. It's really narrow. I don't know if you could see that, but it's kind of narrow, and just kind of finesse the color. Keep hitting my easel there. Okay, and then knock it down a little and wipe that off. Okay, there's supposed to be a little blue there. Kind of looks blue. Let me just keep moving. Yeah. So I'm really just going back and trying to adjust these colors again. And these dark colors are really important because that's the only thing that's going to make these orange animals stand out in the orange landscape, really. So yeah. Okay. Clean that off and come back with my maybe with this orange again. So I'm kind of just repeating what I'm doing here. And the closer I get to making it look pretty much reasonable, like you would know it's an antelope if you knew antelopes, the easier it gets to kind of refine it. I'm really looking at my reference picture a lot because that's so they're sort of complex, you know, in their own way. They have a very distinctive look, so you really want to make them as recognizable as you can. Like, you want the people who live by here to go, oh, that's an antelope. People who don't live around here, you know, they might not even know what an antelope is. So these antelopes, they hang out in herds. So sometimes they, you know, they're sort of like, they get in front of and beside each other, so there's two at one time, and you know, just trying to count them can be hard because they get so close together you can't always see. So okay, and then this one here. Okay, and this is a little off here. Okay, now we're going to go one step back to our, oh, no, I missed one. So I need to go the lighter orange here. Good. Okay, I'm going to try a little bit of kind of a yellow, just see if I can. Okay, that brush didn't really hold up the way I kind of hoped it would. So I'm going to go with this other brush and see. Okay. Now, one more time with this white. Too much. Oh, that got kind of crazy. So now I'm kind of working around the object. When the paint got went a little too far, try to pull some back. Well, yeah. So this is kind of tedious. Okay, or maybe this one right here. Okay, so the last step is to do what I call popping. And the idea of that is, let me get this brushes down here. So the idea of popping is to try to figure out where you want the eye to look, and then reinforcing things that would stop the eye there or pass it through. So the thing about, okay, so this is all about composition and about reinforcing where things should pop. So I'm going to just make points here. So because we have a little vignette, we get a little scoop here. We can, when the eye comes up, it can hit here, 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 doot doot, and then up here. And then it can come back here, hit here, hit here, hit here. And so there's a whole lot of ways that you can, if you put these little light spots or dark spots in the right little areas, you can take advantage of the composition. Like if you come down here and hit this guy and hit here and hit here and hit here, you can come right back up. Or you can go straight down to these antelope and up. Or you can come down here and all the way across and up. And so there's a whole lot of ways that you can bring the eye around if you make sure you've got some spots. Now, this middle ground, I'm going to do that last because I'm not sure if I want to make too many changes to it. But up here, so what I do is I'm going to take a look at, let me see if I can get a color that's going to stand out. Let me see what that looks like. Okay, that could work. Yeah. Okay, so when I come back up here and I hit here to here, I want to be able to catch it up here. I don't want to take anything and scoop it out. Like I don't want to put something over here and make you go out of the picture. So I'm going to try to reinforce those places just right where it's going to catch your eye. So up you go, and then up you go, and over here. I don't want to get too close to the edge because if you frame it, you're going to go out. And then I can come back across here and hit this guy this way and up, and maybe here. Or here maybe. And grab you here and here. So I have a couple of areas where it could come up here. See this guy right up here. Up here. This way here. And I probably want to do something in here just to grab it and pull it down this way. So you're coming up, and then I'm going to come around here and grab it over here. I can also grab it right here, and it'll come down this way. Or I can come up here and kind of grab it here. And I can even come down the center a little bit and hit this way. I'll come up here. Now, so I'm just going to take those and leave them kind of strong at the edge, and then just soften underneath of it or on top of it if it's up here, so that it holds the color. If you brush it too much, then you lose everything. Okay, and now this catches here, so that's okay, and this catches here, that's okay. And I think that all these little spots in the trees might actually be fine. So let me and that's pretty much it. I mean, I think that these antelopes catch you, and the grass lets you scoop over to, lets you move past the grass to these antelopes, and then the trees, and then the mountains, and then the sky and back. So that's pretty much it. I'm going to probably let it cure out for a few days, and if there's anything obviously wrong, I will fix it then. But otherwise, thank you so much for watching, and I sure do appreciate it. If you have any questions, let me know. I'm sure willing to help in any way I can. Talk to you soon. Bye. Okay, so after the evening and it cured out a little bit, I realized that I was pretty happy with most of it, all except for the antelopes, and I just wanted to show you one quick little tip. I don't know if you could see that in this light here. The knife that I have is just a little knife. This is my favorite one, and it's relatively stiff. Now I had an old one, and I had put it in a place where it got some heat on it. I was trying to emboss something, and it warped it and it made it crazy. So it wasn't any good. It is just way too soft. So my husband took a couple of pliers and made I don't know if you could see that, it made a little like a bent the tip of it. So I thought I'll pop these guys with that, because what happens is when you're trying to do it sideways, it's a little harder. But if I can load this up and just tap it kind of straight on, it might make the colors a little brighter. So that's what I'm going to do with this. So I just take it and I just tap it. So the point of that was just to say that, you can look around for what you have that will make your marks work a little bit better. And that really helped. So that's the end of it.